Hey, Eddie Rawlings, you are the first. Sorry, I'm just distracted by a bunch of things. Sorry, I apologize to everybody yesterday about that. That was my landlord coming in, just a big bully that distracted me. Um, he wants to sell the building. It's a multi-unit building, and I guess I have a right to buy it. Anyway, let's start with Railtown. That's where we are right now. Railtown, we have 12,107,946. Obviously, the exact number is probably ridiculous precision since not everybody reports, and But anyway, we have 12 million shares, and that is massive. If this thing were to go to 80 or so, something like that, maybe 85, and we kept it all, collectively, you guys would be $1 billion. Do you know that? $1 billion? Do you know what we could do together with $1 billion? The deals we would see, the places we would go, the green eggs and ham we could consume. All right, let me sign in to give some quotes. I didn't really prepare today because I didn't sleep that well. So I've been a little out of it, and I've been busy this morning. But we can make it through 2.5 hours, can't we? Can't we? Ooh, I misspelled it. Had a lot of people call me yesterday when that gentleman was shot. And it's a big deal. I think the world's going to war. And one thing as it relates to us, if the world does go to war, which I think we're already in war. I mean, if you look at it, Israel's invaded Gaza Strip, Lebanon, Syria. It's attacked Iran and Qatar. What does that leave? I mean, I guess Jordan and Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Eventually, they'll attack somebody that attacks back, and the United States will be at war in the Middle East. And look at France. France is apparently collapsing, but both the French government, UK government are very weak. I don't know that Germany's much stronger, but they want war with Russia. They really want war with Russia. And they had Hillary Clinton and Victoria Nuland and whichever women were, and the one guy that were running the auto pen under Biden. But Europe wants us to go to war with Russia. And I don't think it's out of possibility. And if we're at war in the Middle East and against Russia, China will take Taiwan and maybe parts of Brunei and Indonesia, maybe. I don't know what they'll do about oil and the Malay Straits, the delivery of oil. But they may do something. anyway, why would it be allowed to happen? And why would shooters shoot MAGA guys, start a civil war here? The banks are in trouble. The banks are hyper leveraged and they don't have enough collateral. And there's just a bunch of cowboys trading against each other. And, banks or markets could collapse at any time. But if we go to war, that probably puts that collapse of the markets off by quite a bit. I don't know. We'll have to watch it. I don't think the markets are in any danger of collapsing right now. I've been calling for a long time for the Dow to go to 65,000, but that's when the Dow was under 40. I think it was even 35 recently, but I've been saying it for, I don't know, a year and a half. NASDAQ, I can't remember. Oh, I have it here. I said the S&P 8,500. I often go down to the S&P. So we're now at 6,500. That's a huge uplift for when everybody else was saying Dow at 65 is what I said. It's, still got quite a bit of room to go. NASDAQ at 30. That's not that far away anymore. And Russell, I don't have the Russell here, but I'm saying Russell 4,000, gold 5,000, silver 120. And I think that's going to happen before we get any correction. Yeah. Could it go higher? Sure. Does it have to go exactly that high? No, but I want you to know, I think the 44-year bull market was good for this modern wave of feminism, for whatever it's worth. It was good for technology. It was good for the banksters. It was good for hedge funds and mutual funds. It was good for real estate. It was good for bonds, good for the stock market. It wasn't good for commodities particularly. It wasn't particularly good for oil and gas, other than the big majors and the continual flow of cash flow. But it was great for farmers, landowners, the people that owned the farmland, and so on and so forth. Great for modern art, great for the alternative coins, great for shitty music like Taylor Swift. There's a lot of bull market stuff going on. The value of sports franchises never been greater. A lot of things. I'm sure I could left something out of this gigantic bubble. It's been great for the universities who have been able to leverage up their tuition to the most people can afford to pay and borrow. Something I predicted 50 years ago. No, 45 years ago. I didn't write it down though. So I can't prove it to you. I think that's my opinion. I think the market has to have that blow-off rally that just shocks everybody to the upside before the crash. So I don't see the crash while we sit and wait for Railtown to perform. If we go to war, I think the crash can be delayed because the Fed and the U.S. government will start probably confiscating assets, but they will print money on a scale you can't believe. The defense industry will blossom. The corruption you saw under Biden for government workers and NGAs being set up by husbands and wives, and how does Samantha Powers get 600 million net worth. How does that rather larger than I am anyway, senator from Georgia that I think tried to run for governor, how did she get $2 billion? It's all corrupt. But just wait till see the corruption when we go to war. Oh, it'd be unbelievable. And there's no place to put it. All that money that'll start flowing will not go to real estate, probably. It won't go to commercial real estate. It may or may not go to some new idea where women who railed against being treated as sex objects for all the last centuries, and that was the big motivation for the women's lib movement. We don't want to be treated like sex objects. Now all the women flock to OnlyFans, and they can make $3 and $5 and $10 million selling their booty online. And that's apparently liberating, and that's apparently modern feminism. And men, if they go on OnlyFans, probably can't make a plumb nickel, but there's no attempt to even out the salaries in that business. In tennis, which I watch quite a bit, at least while Djokovic is playing, men bring in the money. Men make it happen, but Billie Jean King got the salaries to be equal. If you had a separate female circuit from the male circuit, the prizes wouldn't be anywhere near as large. So, I don't know, feminism's had a good run, but to me, I just see all the hypocrisy in it. And all human beings try to get away with whatever they can get away with and use any rationalization they can. My sister would say it's not all human beings. And she's right, by the way. There's a lot of good people out there. Well, I've come on, and all of a sudden, Railtown's in the green. The volume now shows 111,000 shares. They did 85,000 at 45.74. But now it's 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 at 46. It's almost like somebody's trying to buy. No. Someone's trying to break the bid. They're machine gunning it. Now 1,000 at 46. This is all collusion. It's all legal, illegal. Ann Wagner doesn't care. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Chuck E. Cheese Caldwell doesn't care. Cook doesn't care. Your brokerage firm doesn't care. Congress doesn't care beyond Wagner. Professors don't. No one cares. So they're trying to break it, but you know what? It's holding up. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 1,000, 1,000, all at 46. And the stock is holding up. The bid is holding up. 33,000 by 3,000, 46.88. Now the volume says 385,000. Just a second ago, I told you it was 111,000. It keeps moving around. I don't understand it. I read somewhere that dark pools are now accounting for either 40 or 60% of trades, and the exchanges apparently are fighting back. They only care when it comes out of their pocket. So now the volume's 385,000. The stock is in the red now, down 0.011, down a penny at 46 cents. But that took a machine gun approach to hitting the bid because they don't want it to wake up. They don't want it to, they want you scared. Remember, the only stock available is your 12 million shares. The insiders aren't selling. The big investors, they're not selling. You may question that, but they're not selling. They didn't buy it at 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents to sell. But, you know, we can have an argument about it. We can argue about anything, but they're not selling. And that's at least 60 million shares. But then there's a bunch of buyers up in Canada, particularly. I've heard of a large one in the United States. It's probably another 20 to 30 million on top of that. You start getting to about 90% of the float is purchased and owned by people that have no intention of selling. In fact, they're probably going to be big buyers once the stock is free to trade, in the sense that the quiet period is over with. And then there's our 12 million shares. They want you to get scared and shaken out. Well, they can collude, they can cheat, they can call each other with WhatsApp, they can give little signals, they can come on here and create FUD, they can be paid kickbacks, they can talk to their hedge funds, they can break every security law out there. But because it helps Goldman Sachs, and Goldman Sachs owns Congress, nothing's going to ever happen. Nothing. The same attorneys that work for Wall Street, work for the SEC, help the criminals. It's just, But in the case of Railtown, there isn't a toxic convertible note outstanding. There isn't a huge short position based on a toxic note or toxic financing. There isn't. There might be a huge short position. Some of it might be explained by arbitrage between Canada and the United States trading and currencies. It might be. But probably a huge majority of the reg show exemptions and etc. are real. Last Tom Ronk number I heard was 52 million, but remember, that's essentially adding up the establishment of failed to locate, failed to borrow, ultimately, I guess, failed to deliver. It doesn't fully analyze, well, we had an offsetting trade in Canada, or we did something somewhere to settle up. It doesn't quite get all that. But it's unlikely that the settling up, so to speak, cleaned out very much of that 52 million, maybe 10 million, maybe 20 million. It still leaves a huge short position. But I don't want you to think about this as a short. I really don't. But we can't pretend the facts away. There is a large short position in Railtown in the over-the-counter markets. The market now it's 117, now it's 120,000 volume. Now I just saw 400,000 volume. What the hell's the correct number? The market cap right now is 63 million. Soundhound, who I think is a very comparable target for revenue, and it has a similar product, only Soundhound is, as I understand it, it's kind of for the automobile. It might be a little more complicated than that. But Soundhound has a market cap of 5.8 billion. They have a lot of revenue. I forget what it is, 150 million, 100 million, 150 million. They went from kind of nothing and they grew very rapidly. That's annualized projection. But at 5.8, the last earnings release I saw for Soundhound, they weren't making any money. So they're still proving their concept. They're still developing their asset. And maybe they're, loss leading. Maybe they have competition. I don't know. The questions, I don't know. But the fact is, Railtown could easily have the similar or better revenue numbers than SoundHound, very easily. I'm talking about once contracts are signed, they're engaged, they're producing, you can make a forward projection. So I'm talking about 2026, 2027. But in a hot market, in a real market discovery, in a market where the big boys and girls are trying to get ahead of everyone else. I talked to a friend of mine at Oppenheimer, and Oppenheimer has I asked him for it. He hasn't sent it to me yet. I'll follow up. They have a bunch of research on AI, small AI companies. They're all up. They're all making money. Well, it hasn't happened to Railtown yet. Why? Why? It's in a quiet period. It's in a quiet period. They can't even publish research. They can't announce their revenues. And the big buyers can't come in. So you are in a perfect place in Railtown. According to my friend, I used to work with him, I know him very well. Oppenheimer's been recommending a lot of these AI stocks. They're all making great returns. He didn't break them down for me. Like I said, he'd send it to me, but he never did. Well, Railtown hasn't had a chance to join in the parade. Why? That's right, quiet period. And of course, I blame it on the attorneys. But it could just be, and most likely is, that the business has grown so quickly that the attorneys can't keep up. And so they need more and more time. That's the most likely thing. But if SoundHound at 5.8 billion is our measure, is our comp, and we have 175 million shares outstanding. I really don't know what number of shares to use. That's something we have to find out. Yahoo's at, or last time I looked anyway, Yahoo was at 139, 300,000, 139 million. I don't know. Let's use 175 million. That's the number, I think, the last financials indicated, but it got, I don't know. Let's just wait until the news comes and then we'll know. But if we use 175 million shares and SoundHound's market cap, the symbol for SoundHound, you can look it up yourself. You can look at the news. They have an agentic AI tool, but it's in a sort of defined area, which is a huge area. And I think their revenues are annualizing now at 150 million. They're growing, so that number might have changed. But the whole point of the valuation is revenues are growing. Railtown right now, as far as you know, has zero revenues. As far as I know. Why? the quiet period. But they're going to merge with AIP. Of course, the criminals want you to think that they're not. But remember, there's two kinds of these criminals, broad stroke. There's the big players that are trying to destroy and steal the entire market cap. They're colluding with each other. They're working with the broker dealers. They're working with the prime brokers. They're everything. And then there's the opportunistic shorts. Like today, if the volume's 400,000, if the shorts got in there, they sold 200,000 shares short, and they got a penny. covering, they got a penny, 20 grand. It's better than digging ditches. It's better than digging ditches. But it doesn't tell you anything about the quality of the company or the quality of the investment. It makes you sick to your stomach to see the price. But it's going to end tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, in my opinion. If it doesn't do it then, we got to go to I am almost legends question. What do you feel then? I feel even more optimistic that the end is coming quickly. I don't think just because the lawyers take forever, which they have, that by definition means they're going to take another forever. I don't think that makes sense. I mean, they got to get tired of it sometime. Anyway, so where can revenues come from? I don't know. It's just guesswork. Let's just say, let's say, they get, and again, these are the annual recurring revenue, and it's for the future. It's future revenue that these multiples are based on. I should look up SoundHound's revenue. It might be higher by now. But AIP has $400 million in revenue, not the company, not the parent, not the network corporation, the network of companies, the 160 companies collectively have 400 million in revenue or better. And it's 165 companies, there's 5,000 customers, which I think are enterprises and companies. If they get a quarter of that, a little more than a quarter, third of that rolled up by the end of the year, so that in 2026, you can project revenue of 125 million. That's not all of the 400 million. That's just 125 million. That exists. That revenue exists. You just don't know about it. Why? Quiet period. And then Railtown's conductor, they've already announced 4 enterprise contracts. I don't know, what's a good guess? They each do 10 million a year. They each do 5 million a year. I don't know, let's call it 25 million just from those 4 contracts. You know they must have other contracts lined up. That gets you to 150 million in ARR for 2026. And if it gets the multiple of soon-tuned, that's $33 a share. $33 a share. As a target, perhaps by the end of this year, but maybe in the first quarter of next year, as that revenue becomes clear. And it could be bigger than that. For $33 a share, let's go to 200. Let's go to 200 million shares. That's different than, this will give a different value than SoundHound. That'll be 6.6 billion in market cap. So what multiple do you need? Using 150 million in revenue. That'd be under 50 times revenue. That'd be 44x on revenue. So the key to this target in early next year, I think, is over 150 million in 2026 annual recurring revenue and 50x enterprise value over ARR. So, and I used 200 million shares to get to it, 200 million shares. So those are the three variables. You need next year's ARR projected at 150 million. And I just showed you, most of that can come out of the gate with the AI Partners Corp. And then you need 50x times that revenue. So you need growth in that revenue, basically. But remember, multiples being paid right now are 75x, 100x, 150x, 200x. So 50 is not, well, I think it's all very optimistic, but in the context of the whole industry, 50 is not a large number. You need the enterprise value over the annual recurring revenue at 50x. 200 million shares, 150 million in revenue. Those are your variables. And then you get $33 a share. You want to be negative? You want to cut that by a third? Well, you go down to $22 a share. If you want to be optimistic and increase that by some number, maybe this goes up to $50. If you want to be negative on the multiple and you say the multiple should be 25, then you take half of that and it's $16 a share. Conversely, if you want to be optimistic and you say the multiple should be 100, then you should have $66 a share. And that could all happen in the first quarter of next year. And you're sitting here frozen, saying to yourself, oh, the market, oh, they know something. G-Bucks is going to go. GDC is going to go. Mountain's going to go. Oh, it's not happening quickly enough. I need it quickly. Guys, it's very simple. As soon as it gets out of the quiet period, and as soon as the company after that can start talking about revenues, you're going to start witnessing buyers, institutional buyers, mutual fund buyers, retirement plan buyers, managed money buyers, family office buyers, who cannot buy right now, come in and take stakes via the public market in Railtown AIP. It'll be the guys, it'll be investors who knew the guys at Omers. It'll be the investors who knew the guys at, well, Omers, but who are now founding AIP partners. It'll be the investors who knew the Constellation software founders of first movers is investing. John Ruffalo and his fund Mavericks. Guys, you're crazy not to be buying this stock. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then you've got all the people that know Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and their whole team. And their investors, they haven't been able to buy. You're going to start seeing buying come in. And what's going to become visible to you through research and growth, ceteris paribus, is $33. Not 33 cents, $33 is going to be your target. But you know what? You know what? Most of you, I'll just talk about myself. Once this stock's $1 or $2 or $3, if I wait to buy the stock then, it's not going to change my life for it to go to, I mean, it'll be good. It'll be something I can talk about. Hey, I got a nice return on this trade. Let's see, I owned 1,000 shares and it went from $3 to $30. I made $20,000. Ooh, bravo. But if I take $3,000 now, I can have 6,000 shares to go to 30, and it's $200,000. That would change my life. I don't know about y'all's life, but that would change my life. So acting now, whilst the short sellers are selling and while the price is cheap, and while you're scared, your stomach's telling you, oh God, they must know something. William keeps saying this and that, but the stock price is down and it keeps taking so much time. I've got to buy some equipment. Well, while your gut's telling you that, it's the time to buy. And when the stock goes to 20, 30, and it's on the way to 100, I don't know. We don't have the numbers yet. I don't know what time it is to sell. But I mean, this could be a stock that's bought out let's say in 18 months, 2 years, let's say in 2 years, they get 80% of that 400 million. We won't even plan on growth. That's 320 million. And then let's say that Conductor achieves a similar number. So we'll use 640 million in annualized revenue. Of course, I'm making it up. 2 years from now, 640 million. And let's say that the multiple isn't 150, isn't 100, isn't 75, isn't 50. Let's just use 25. That's 16 billion. And let's divide it by 200 million shares. That's $80 a share. I think that's all very achievable. 25x. But what if instead a buyer was willing to pay 50x, not 25x? All of a sudden, that's $160 a share. Maybe Microsoft gives shares at $160 valuation. Is that crazy? It's not crazy right now. We got to learn a lot of numbers. We got to make sure the multiples stay there. But Microsoft, Google, a few other names, SoftBank, they're buying everything they can buy. And you're worried about buying the stock at 43 cents, 46 cents? You guys are crazy. You should be buying every single bit of stock that the shorts are selling you. But you're nervous because nobody's confirming what I'm saying. Why? It's in a quiet period. You're right. So research analysts can't write, at least they can't write with any information. Investment bankers at Canaccord can't sell it, pitch it. Canaccord's sales force, retail and institutional, can't talk about it. Railtown AI's insiders and major investors can't buy the Railtown. AI partners, insiders and major investors can't buy Railtown. All of the 165 companies that have insiders and main investors, the majority of them can't buy Railtown. But you're thinking this price is real. You're thinking the price at 46 cents is real. I just told you the entire universe cannot buy the stock. And you think this price is real. So you're scared of it. On top of it, you have day traders, swing traders, shorting it, evil men, shorting it, breaking laws, giving you all the stock you want to buy. That's the good thing. But as you sit there studying your navel, no one's buying, the stock goes down. And it just makes you more nervous because you're not planning on $33. You're not even, look, my target's $55. $33 all day long next year. But you're not thinking about that. Why? Because you don't read it in a Canaccord research report. You don't read it in a research capital report. You don't see it in a, I don't know, an Alex Brown report, a Legg Mason report. You don't see it, so you don't believe it. And the price, you think the price is telling you something. I just told you. All of the well-informed, all of the wealthy, all of the big pools of money, in Canada anyway, they cannot buy the stock. The criminals know how you're going to be, so they just, every time it's up, they short it. They'll make $5 grand a day, $2 grand a day, 10 grand a day, 50 grand a day. It's better than digging ditches. But you think that means something about the price of the stock, that they know something I don't know, and you don't know. I have backed every statement I've made for 3 months, 4 months. I have shown you a footnote where to go get the information that I've given you to back up my analysis. Well, I might just be a great stock guy. I don't know what I'm doing though in business. I can't understand business. I'm so sick of it, guys. It drains me. It just drains me. It absolutely drains me. And I don't know how you deal with it. I really don't know how you deal with it. You lose money, but you don't want to call a situation what it is. And when I do it, well, you might be a great stock guy, but I doubt you know anything about business. All right, enough comedy jokes. Let's look at the prices. Soundhound is up 73 cents. Energy Vault is up 16 cents at 207. Next Strip is up 16 cents at 394. GDC is up 22 cents at 597. And Railtown's down 0.0068 at 46.42. 46 to 47.13. Oh my gosh. I can't do anything. I'm so worried about Railtown. I'm just so worried. I hate waiting. Oh my gosh. The waiting. There's got to be something wrong. There's got to be something wrong. If the news doesn't come out soon, it's going to be 20 cents. Oh, gnash of teeth, pull hair, shred of shirts. Oh my gosh. This is, oh God, everything. It's just so negative. All I see is Railtown. I can't stand waiting. Everything else is up. I mean, if you look at Energy Vault, it's 206. I could have bought it at $1.25. Oh my gosh. Oh. Why don't you just focus on $33 by Q1 2026? Just write it down. Write it on your forehead. Write it on your girlfriend's nose. Put it in the mirror as you shave, $33. And if you want to go further, put $33 write down what your shares are going to be worth at $33. Staple that to your girlfriend's bra. So when you get distracted, you can see what you're waiting for. On 40,000 shares, $33, $1.320 million. I can't wait. I mean, the waiting is I just can't wait. Guys, would that change your life? Would that bring your account into the green? Would it? I'd feel a lot better if I had $1 million in my retirement account. $1.3 million. If it goes to 55, $1 million, whatever it is at 55. $2 million, I guess. But you want to be obsessed with the day-to-day movement as if it means anything, while these criminals just pick your pockets and steal and break the laws to make $2,000 a day. They love it. They love it. They absolutely love it. It's better than selling men's suits. It's better than driving a taxi. But anyway, I can lead a horse to water. I just can't make him think. Democrats celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. You can't buy class like that. You cannot buy class like that. Paramount Skydance is going to buy Warner Brothers. They screwed up CBS, so I guess they can screw up Warner Brothers now. Natural gas is not a bridge to tomorrow. It's the super highway of the future, and we're going to sell it to Europe. Traders, long stock, it's all about technology now. Fast money, this is from Simon White, Bloomberg, macro strategist. Fast money is likely still net long stocks overall, but the position is almost exclusively focused on tech. And they talk about duration and inflation and blah, blah, blah. Speculators have been getting increasingly lukewarm on stocks. However, speculators are still overall net long US stocks, but they are concentrated almost entirely in technology. Well, who knows what that means for sure. The United States is trying to revive a border dispute in Nepal. Well, the banksters want war. Do you want to know who the new billionaires are? I should have downloaded this. But these are all from AI. The new billionaires from AI. So it's all brand new. Michael Intrater, 6 billion, CoreWeave. Brent Adcock, 1.5 billion, Figure. Anysphere, Michael Truel, 1.3 billion. Perplexity, Aravind Srinivas, 1 billion. Scale, 3.6 billion, Alexander Wang. But Meta, in HR, they have Lucy Guo. She's worth 1.3 billion. I don't know if she's in HR. OpenAI, Dario Amande, 1.2 billion. Ilya Sutskever, 1 billion. Anthropic. Mira Murati in HR. I'm being mean. She's worth 1 billion at Thinking Machines. DeepSeek, Liang Wenfeng, 1 billion. Yao Runhao at Plantier, 1.3 billion. And Joe Lonsdale, 3.4 billion at somewhere. Maybe he's Plantier. Yeah, he's Plantier. The Yao Runhao is at Paper Games. So it's really unfair. Out of those top billionaires created in AI, that's 12 of them, only 2 are women. We need to do something about this. we need to make sure at least half of those fortunes are female. So we should tax the men and make sure the women make as much. The problem is, to make money, sometimes you have to take risk. And guess who is more inclined to take risk? Men versus women. I think the question answers itself. Israel suggests further attacks on Qatar. Why not? It's one of your neighbors. Attack all your neighbors. They have land. You want land, go take it. They have oil. You want oil, go take it. Attack them all. Trump will back you up. All right, let me look at the prices again. In Thailand, they're using biometric data for almost anything. According to Martin Armstrong, Thailand has become a test case for the use of biometric data in every facet of life. Facial recognition data is required for any single transfer above 50,000 baht, around $1,580, daily transfers, and above 200,000 baht, and any international transfers from personal accounts. All major Thai banks, such as Bangkok Bank, Kasikorn, SCB, anyway, a bunch of them, require customers to submit biometric data. It may begin with banking and documentation, but the ultimate goal is to develop digital IDs that are stored on a centralized database. And in that environment, Ann Wagner says to you that she is not for an a consolidated, audited trading trail. I forget the word. Audited, consolidated trading trail, whatever it is. She's not for that because it violates your privacy. Oh, gosh. I guess we talked about the fact that it's not necessarily Islam conquering the world. It's Europe and America and other places making a decision, a huge experiment, that young women should pursue and education and doctorates because they're as good as men, which they probably are. I don't see genius in the men. But they should do that during their teens, 20s, and 30s. And then, wait, I wanted a kid. Well, you can have one. We're not replacing our population. And you can say it's sexist to point that out. I don't think it's sexist. It's just the big 60-year experiment we're on. And I don't blame women. They don't want to be stuck at home. They want to have a exciting career in human resources. Let them have it. But what does that do to the country? Who runs the services? Who runs the hospitals? Who pays in taxes? Who pays in for the pension plans? Who picks the pickled pepper Peter? Who does all the work? You don't have any people. Well, women deserve this. Okay, fine. Do it, fine. But where do you get the population from? Who buys the extra houses? Who fills all the subways and trains. You got to immigrate. You got to have immigration. So this is Martin Armstrong again, the new Home Secretary of the United Kingdom is yet another reminder that the UK is a Muslim nation. I personally don't have anything against Muslims, but some people like you, some of you do. Shabana Mahmood, a Pakistani woman, is now responsible for England and Wales' internal affairs, including immigration, national security, and counterterrorism measures. To me, that's fine. She can handle her job. But anyway, for the racists out there, it's an issue. The issue is not that she is Muslim. Rather, the issue is that open border policies have overwritten the history of the United Kingdom and permanently altered society. I agree with that. It's completely changing society. You change one thing, there's a consequence you didn't think of. This is not a one-off, as all Muslims are taking office in all major political positions across the UK. The mayor of London, the mayor of Leeds, the mayor of Birmingham, the mayor of Sheffield, the mayor of Oxford, Luton, Oldham, Rochdale, Blackburn, Rotterdam, and others are all Muslim. Around 46% of young people under 29 years of age in Britain are Muslim. Well, they're having the kids. And England doesn't have a workforce because the mothers chose careers over children. Okay, it's fine. It's great. It's equality. It's empowering. I got it. I got the whole argument. But it leaves the country without enough people. So you immigrate. You have immigration. Where are they going to come from? The United States? Russia? Norway? No, they come from Africa and the Middle East. What's the major religion down there? I mean, one imbalance leads to another. Mohammed has been the most popular baby name in the nation for several years. The 2021 England and Wales census marked the first time that less than half of the population, 46.2%, identified as Christian. Pew Research Center believes that Muslim women will have more children than Christian women by 2035, and Islam could become the most followed religion in the world. Well, if you're having kids, you're going to have that larger part of the population is going to be your kids. There's nothing inherently wrong with religion, of course. Well, some people would disagree, but I don't. But it is understandable that people want to maintain their own nation's traditions, religion, and morals. Around 78% of the Muslim refugees in the UK do not work among women. And 63%, I don't know what that means, and 63% of male migrants rely on government aid. Maybe what they mean is 78% of Muslim women don't work in the UK. About 8 in 10 refugees in the UK now receive free government housing. But England wanted them to come in. The United Kingdom wanted them to come in because the native population is crashing. Why? You need I think it's 2.6 children per woman to keep your population slightly growing. It's not happening. It's not happening. That's a policy choice. So you immigrate. About 8 in 10 Muslim refugees in the UK now receive free government housing. Asylum seekers are entitled to free health care. The Labour Party under Starmer has agreed to increase government spending on migrants by 30% this year. Schools across the UK are required to provide halal meals. I don't want to read about a halal meal. It's about chopping this and cutting. I don't want to read that. There were 1.6 million Muslims living in the UK in 2001. That figure rose to 4 million by 2024. And Muslims now account for 6.7% of England's population and 2.2% of the population in Wales and Scotland. Repopulation theory is more of a tactic than a theory. Hence, leaders like Starmer are encouraging this massive demographic shift. As it stands, first-generation migrants will comprise 25% of the UK's population by 2035, according to the Centre for Migration Control. And the UK's overall population will surge to 73 million. It may seem far off, but that's only a decade from now. All Build Back Better nations will be utterly unrecognizable thanks to repopulation tactics. And Gaza will be unrecognizable thanks to depopulation tactics. All right, let's look. Railtown's up half a penny at 46 cents. Soundhound is up 67.5 cents. GDC's up 33.5 cents at $6.08. Next Strip is up 16 cents at $3.94. Energy Vault is up 15 cents at $2.06. Everything is green, including Railtown. Railtown is 45.2 by 47.5. It only shows volume of 156,000. Last trade 12,990 at 46. Yeah, they probably knocked out the bid. But that doesn't bother anybody. Anyway, we just have to get through today, tomorrow, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday, but I don't think further than Wednesday next week. But if we do have to go past Wednesday next week, once we're at Wednesday, we only have Thursday or Friday of that week to get through. And then it'll be Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of the next week. I know, you've heard it all before. You're starting to doubt that I know what I'm talking about. All right. Let's see what your questions are. Hey, this is another fast study, but hey, Eddie. Hey, Gary Madrill. All is good. All is well. All is tip top, as they say. Eddie Rawlings. I'm holding and not being persuaded to sell anything. I was almost persuaded. I love that song. Unfortunately, it probably gets a ding if I play it. I was almost persuaded. Hey, D-Mac, good day. Northeast Iowa, good day. Happy anniversary to Railtown. Thank you for pointing that out. This is 6 months since they could have had They could have, I'm trying to think of one animal that has its children in 6 months. I don't know. Dogs? I don't know. But anyway, a lot of things happen in 6 months, but not attorneys at Railtown finishing their job. That doesn't happen in 6 months. It takes longer, obviously, but you're right. It is the 11th. It's a good point. I'm not sure of your point. I don't think you're being negative. Hey, Jack Hamilton. Jack Hamilton. Not selling, but I did divert car funds. I did 450. All right, Jack. You're the first new. I was almost persuaded. I can't remember the rest of the words. I wonder if they have honky tonks in heaven. Yeah, silver at 120. Yes, please. Look, if it goes to 120, if silver goes to 120 soon, you're going to face a choice. If a crash comes in the markets, if the bond markets, banks are in trouble, silver, along with everything else, during the margin call phase, when there's a grab for collateral to pay off debts, silver, gold, everything will go down. So there may be a trade where silver from 120 corrects. There's some people saying it'll go all the way back to 30. I don't think so. I think when silver breaks 52, I don't think you'll see it back below 52. But if you do see it below 52 in a correction, personally, I don't think it'll go very far. Maybe 48, maybe 45. So you have a question then, Winged Wolf. Do you sell your silver and put an order to buy it back lower? But it's risky because maybe you sell a third of your silver and try to do it with that. Because I think after the correction, the crash, I think the Fed and all the central banks and all the governments will try to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, and it'll work for a while. There'll be a shift in leadership in the stock market. There'll be a recovery in the economies around the world. Maybe it'll be because of war. But I think it's going to set up the next 15 to 25 years. It's not going to be, well, I get confused what's going to happen with real estate. But in theory, it's not going to be great for real estate. It's not going to be great for bonds. It won't be great for stocks in general. Some stocks will be all right. It won't be great. I don't think it'll be great for feminism as the economy gets more difficult, as gasoline goes to $35, $40 a gallon. I don't think police dispatches will reach your home on a 911 call in 2 minutes. In some cases, they might not arrive at all. So I think women will do their natural thing. They'll start finding strong men to be near. That obviously not me. So I think feminism will take a downturn, independence, empowerment. But I think the big thing that'll happen over the next 15, 20 years, 25 years is commodities, oil and gas, gold, silver, copper, palladium, platinum, anything, water. this is where real estate gets confusing. I think farm products will be up unless we have a population collapse in farmland. But I think silver, the winged wolf, will go I don't know, 5,000 an ounce. I think silver will go at some point 1-for-1 with gold. It's big numbers that silver's going to head to. So I'm glad you own it. Hey, Fast Eddie, how are you? Howdy, partner. Hey, Steve. All right, Julie Kim is the man. I mean, you know what I mean. Julie Kim. Julie Kim added 4,000. Oh my gosh. She is going to be a dowager. Let me look up what dowager means. A widow. Well, I don't know about that. With title or property. That's what I meant. That's what I was trying to mean. Somebody with property. But I don't like the rest of the definition. So that's the wrong one. That is the wrong word. Well, a woman of high social rank. I also was trying to get that. But it says whose husband is dead. I didn't mean that. That's awesome, Julie. That is a huge position, and congratulations to you. You will be a woman of property, a woman of means, in my judgment. You know, I'm making predictions. That doesn't mean they're promises. Michael Lonsky. All right, Michael. Doubled his position. Awesome. That is awesome. I'll have to introduce you to Julie, but I think she's already married. Donna M., good afternoon. William and everyone, good afternoon. Donna. Jack says hi to Donna. And Ward, he bought his shares. Yay! Yay! Ward got his shares done. I think I have a copy of your purchase. You did 35,000. I think I have it. I took some pictures. Good for you. And if it went a little bit below, so what? At least you have your position. Because what if tomorrow it opens above $1? We don't know what day it's going to be, but I think it's coming very, very soon. Very, very soon. I think I already added your 889. Are you out of your mind? I did. I already added that. That is awesome. Good job, Ward. Donna says hi, Jack. Get it? Hi, Jack. I'm surprised they didn't use that joke in Airplane. I guess because it's not that funny. That could be why they didn't use it. 46, 47.5. I show 156,000 shares traded. 12,990 shares. Last trade. Let me see if I can tell Ward what part of his trade. series of 250 years to choose to purchased 6,500. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Hey, Richard K. Thank you for remembering Lucky. He's the best. I always go talk to other dogs and they don't respond to me. Some do, but they don't respond to me the way Lucky used to do it. So I think Ward paid $44.55 for 37,500 shares, but I don't know. It's a good price. It's a very good price. You'll see. Daniel, my brother, he's off on the plane. Buy when no one else wants it or can't buy. Hurry up and buy. I agree. Do your lamenting in a Clint Eastwood voice, and we'll be rolling on the floor. Swell. Now that would be awesome. Why didn't I think of that? Julie Kim added more. Julie Kim added more. Julie is the best. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Hypothetical, huh? Let's say Mrs. Gray here propositions me, says she'll bring me back to her apartment and do something with a Shetland pony. Callahan, what are you trying to do? I'm just trying to see if anyone here knows what law is being broken. You want to be an inspector? Perhaps you can tell us. What's your best felony arrest? I don't have any felony arrests. Well, maybe you could tell us about your best misdemeanor arrest. I don't have any misdemeanor arrests. Well, what the hell gives you the right? There's men been waiting, busting their ass for 10, 15 years to make detective or whatever it is, inspector, to make inspector. What the hell gives you the right? You're saying that a woman's place is in the home, Callahan? I'm just saying, when she's out there, she could get her ass blown off. Well, it's my ass. and my tough luck. Well, it's a hell of a price to pay for being, except when she's out there and she gets killed, her partner gets killed too. And it's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. He was a goofball before his time. Hey, Giuseppe. Hey, Pat. Ward Richardson, I didn't think of that. Silver is in high demand, the AI. Well, here, Ward, that I didn't think of that. But just think of this, Ward. To my memory, there's 80 to 100 million ounces of real physical silver still above ground, available to settle accounts. I think it's a combination of both the London Exchange and the CBOE. I don't think it's, I think it's CBOE. But anyway, they've got about 15% of the annual, this is by memory, I'll try to look it up and be more accurate, but they still have extra supply equal to about 15, maybe 20% of, probably not 20%, of the annual production of silver sloshing around for settlement. If people buy futures for silver in size and then stand for delivery, there's some silver there to deliver, but it's way down. It's like I say, I think the annual production of silver is something like 800 million ounces of silver, and I think the buffer, so to speak, the available silver in warehouses for the futures market settlement, something like 80 million ounces, maybe 100 million. Well, just imagine, Ward, for a minute, if you're one of the big AI companies like Google. Oh, Google. If you're like Google, or you're like Tesla, who are also building rocket ships and building batteries and building cars and building 13 women mothers' egos. What if you decide, I'm going to buy in the futures market where you can buy all the, I want to say calls, but I don't know if that's how you say it. Futures, I guess. You can buy all the futures you want for silver. You can buy a year's supply of silver on the futures market, that if you went out company by company to buy out production and make production contracts, or you went to a broker, you might drive the price up, but you can go on the futures market because the same criminal activity happens there. Well, what if you stand for delivery? That's my question. So what if Tesla, Elon Musk, needs, in his judgment, he needs 100 million ounces of silver, and he wants it in his warehouses so he can produce his rocket ships, he can produce his boring, that boring thing, he can produce batteries, he can produce electric vehicles, and he can produce AI and data centers and satellites and communications. What if he says, I'm going to buy it on the futures markets and ask for delivery? And it's 100 million ounces, and the exchange only has 80 million ounces. Well, probably they'll figure out a way, buying, lying, delaying. They'll figure out a way to get that done, that 20 million gap. But what do they do the next month? What do they do when the rumors get out that Elon Musk cornered silver, and it's in the headlines. Well, then maybe, you know, the telecoms that run data centers do it, or maybe the what's that one with Sandberg that leans in? Boy, she was so talented. I mean, all you got to do is lean in. Meta. What if Meta does the same thing? Well, then you suddenly get silver in a rodeo. It's a good point, Lord. Giuseppe, lawyers on this deal are taking forever. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And I've got bad news for you, Giuseppe. It's just an opinion. But let me ask you this hypothetical question. If you were the attorneys for Railtown, and they said, let's try to wrap this up by Friday so we can make an announcement on Friday. If you were the attorneys, would you take that seriously? They haven't gotten mad at the attorneys yet. If you were those attorneys, wouldn't you say to yourself, what's the difference between Friday at 5 o'clock and Monday morning at 10 a.m.? What's the or 9:30? What's the difference? We could bill for Saturday. We could work Friday night. We could bill Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, Monday morning. I don't think anything's going to happen tomorrow is my point. I really do think it'll be Monday. And if it's not Monday, I think it'll be Tuesday. If it's not Tuesday, I think it'll be Wednesday. If it's not Wednesday, the same dynamic comes back in. If you were an attorney, you didn't get it done by Wednesday, why would you try to get it done by Friday when you could pick up 2 extra days of really important billable hours? So my window, Giuseppe, is Monday to Wednesday next week. If that doesn't happen, it'll be Monday to Wednesday of the following week. And I know I'm almost legend is going to ask, well, what if it doesn't happen then? Well, I still think it'll be the following Monday or Wednesday. We're there. We're almost there. It's just, it's a bitch waiting for it, isn't it? It's just, and I'll tell you one thing, guys, when it happens, when the news is announced, it'll be all hands on deck by the shorts to sell to the market probably 1 or 2 million shares that don't exist to try to convince you that the news is bad. But if you know that in advance, you know it's a trick. Maybe instead of being scared by it, if the stock stumbles out of the gate, maybe it's a chance to buy more because you finally have seen the news and finally buyers are going to be able to step up, albeit perhaps slowly at first, but they'll come. They'll come. All right, 552 shares just traded at 46. So that keeps it down a penny. And we've got 1 hour to go. The volume now is 445,000. I don't know why it keeps switching. But the ask is 47.5. Nobody is selling 52,500 legitimate shares. Nobody. But they want you scared. They want you scared. If I were a big buyer, which someday I will be big again, I would just go, I would be tempted to take that whole number, 52.5 at 47.5, and I know what'll happen. They won't give it at 52, at 47.5. They'll do it at, you know, maybe 46 and 7/8. Just to, they don't want this to start running away. They're still playing their games. Giuseppe, so revenue's even higher than we thought. I think that's possible, but what did we think? What was our thought? I don't know if we had any thoughts on what revenue would be. My guess is that they, here's the thing, Giuseppe, I don't know how to make this translation. Everyone's heard of the 80-20 rule. Basically, that 20% of your clients give you 80% of your business. But I'm not a businessman. I'm just a stock guy. 20% of 165 members of the network, I guess, do 320 million in revenue. So 20% of 165 would be 32 plus, I don't know, it'd be 33 companies. I don't think it's likely that they're going to sign up 33 companies in the first week. So I don't know what number to use. Let's say they sign up 10 or 15 companies. Let's say they do half of it. I doubt 10% of your best customers do 40% of the business. I'm going to guess it's higher than 40%, but I don't know. I just don't know the rule of thumb. If 20% of your customers give you 80% of your business, what do 10% of your customers give? I don't know that ratio. I don't think it's half. I think it's bigger than half because it's, you know, it's a sliding scale. So, but let's just say it's half. So 320, I would think by the end of the year, beginning of next year, they could have rolled up enough of those companies from the partnership side. And I'm telling you where I'm getting the numbers. 400 million for 165, 80% of that, 320 million for 20% of the companies. And then half of that, 10% of the companies, I'm assuming does half of that 320, 160 million. I think that's totally achievable, let's say by the first quarter of next year, that the company has locked down 10% of the companies in the network, reflecting, see, I don't know how to do that arithmetic, reflecting 40% of the overall revenue, 160 million, just from AI partners with more to go. And then Conductor, they've announced 4 deals, so to speak. I would imagine, since they've been out there pitching their wares, that there's got to be a pipeline. I mean, that company, was it Oracle the other day? They went up 25% because of their huge pipeline. You got to imagine Railtown has a pipeline. I don't know, by the first quarter, where could Railtown's Conductor be, particularly if they're cross-selling with now with all of the network? I don't know what to say about that. 40 million? Or is 40 million too low? 60 million? Let's just say 40 million. Why? Because it matches up with 160 million. So you could have a company, I think quite reasonably, in the first quarter of next year, projecting 200 million forward annual recurring revenue. 200 million, if you put the top multiple, which I showed you in that study that I paid for, the top multiple looking backwards before this year was 55x. Now the multiples are 50, 75, 100, 150, even 200x. Let's just use 55 for the hay of it. I already did this for you. It's not going to surprise you. Times 200 million in revenue. It's $11 billion company. Let's divide it by 200 million shares. You already get the answer. $55 smackers. I think $55. Okay, let me give the variables. There's not many variables. Not many variables. But there's a few. I'm assuming AIP rolls up in the combined company 160 million. And Conductor does 40 million, projects 40 million. I think they'll be much bigger than that. That gives you 200 million in revenue. ARR for 2026. So that, if you assume a 55x enterprise value over ARR, which I think, I mean, you might say that's high, but it's at the low end of the current scale. So anyway, there's room to argue with that. You might say 200 million is low. There's room to argue there. And then assuming 200 million shares, someone's upset out there. She's really upset about something. So if AIP rolls up 160 million by January, and the Conductor by January generates 40 million in revenue, you have 200 million in annual recurring revenue projected for 2026 approximately. And if you use 55x enterprise value over that, I think I did that in the right direction, you get 11 billion in market cap for Railtown/AI. If you assume 200 million shares outstanding, you have a target price in the first quarter of next year of $55. So you could say, well, I don't like 55x. Why don't you use 25x? Well, then you cut this essentially in half to 2750. Or you could say, you know, I don't like that you're using 200 million. Why wouldn't they have 320 million from AIP and 100 million from conductor? That would be double that. Well, you could double this and say the target's $110. You could easily double this and say 110. But if it's $55 target in Q1 of 26, God, she's a little worked up. You could put on your mirror every morning, you could write down $55 just so that you can write down $55 just so you don't get scared out. And if you have 40,000 shares, you could also write down on your mirror that you could sell your stock in Q1 for more than you're going to sell your business for in 2 or 3 years. You can write that down so you don't get scared. Of course, you have to acknowledge these are just predictions, not promises. Anything can happen. But the variables are revenue, so you can plug in whatever revenue you want, and the multiple. You can plug in whatever multiple you want, and you can play with it, over and over and over again. The numbers can get huge. You can chop them in half, chop them by 3/4, try to be conservative. The number of shares, according to Yahoo, are just under 140 million. Use 200 million. And then you can come up with your own per share numbers. You do not have to be shaken out by these men whose only goal is to pick your pocket today, yesterday, every day for 10 or 20 grand. It beats driving a school bus. I hope she doesn't have a gun. She's worked up. She is worked up. If I stick my head out the window, I'm likely to, everybody will be mad at me. Hey, what did Giuseppe said? Lawyers on this deal are taking forever, but maybe, just maybe, it's because the deal is bigger than prophesized. Yeah, could be. So if revenues are even higher, these 7 months are likely dynamic. I think the 7 months are dynamic. I agree with that. It's not like the company's standing still. Absolutely. I totally believe that. These guys are so highly motivated that they're not going to take their ski weekend to Whistler this coming Thanksgiving, eh? Bob says, well said, Giuseppe. Technologically spastic. Sir William, how are you? I used to be called Sir William. Kind of liked it. Hey, I'm almost lesson. I know all my predictions were wrong. All my. Thanks for the laughs early this morning by mentioning me. Well, what if it doesn't happen by? I sound like the "Are we there yet?" kids in the car. Yeah, but it's a normal question. It's a normal question. It's a good question. It's not a bad question at all. You know what? Same kind of question I'd ask. One thing I learned, when I was just a great stock guy and not a businessman, what I learned is even the biggest, wealthiest accounts, the biggest successful guys or girls, you'd think they know what they're doing. Their business is booming. They're making a lot of money. They have a huge account. They give you big trades all the time. They still needed to call and ask you. And it's the same questions like you're asking. It's not like a kid. They're just normal questions that people ask when they got money on the line. Because it's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking. So it's just a way of checking, kind of saying, well, am I thinking the right way? But the other side of it, my opinion, is very hard to make outsized gains if you're with the crowd. You've got to be a bit against the crowd. You've got to be a bit early. And when the crowd comes, they're going to buy your straw hats in the summer. At a nice price. I don't mind being used for a laugh since you have me laughing often. Thanks, Sir William. A quick question. What if it doesn't happen by next week? Well, it would have to be something really extreme to break up the romance between these two companies. But each company has more than one principal. So even if, God forfend, something terrible happened to one of the principals, there's other principals to carry on the dream. So I don't think it's going to be a disaster that breaks it up. Could it be war or the markets are shut down for 6 months? Yeah, but we're starting to get into areas that are trying to guess all manner of nightmare scenarios. I don't think any of that's likely, but things happen. I don't think the deal's going to break up. I just don't see it. So I don't think that's what will cause the delay. I agree with Italian Joseph that the more likely reason for delay is the business underlying this transaction or the businesses being added to this transaction are bigger and more complex and better than we ever thought. And that would be the only further delay I could see. But you got to put in your thinking that when you're dealing with human beings, it's like any movie, a heist movie or a murder movie or a spy movie or a guy meets girl, tries to get girl meets another guy meets the guy and does something stupid. I don't. You can't predict human behavior or unexpected events, and so it could be something. I don't know. The head attorney. I don't know. Has a gambling problem in Las Vegas, and they sent somebody to collect on his debt, and he ran away, and they couldn't file the document. I mean, I'm trying to make some crazy scenario up, but when you're dealing with human beings, it can be almost anything. I remember, it didn't matter in the long run, but I remember on one well that I funded with investors, which could have, changed my situation, but it certainly would have changed the investors, two different groups, one out of the Middle East and one out of China. It would have been great all around. I think that was the well. But anyway, the results were expected after long delays. There was rain, there was mud. They had to go back in and build gravel to the site. Then they had to, I don't know, lay something out, and then the rig, some crap happened with I'm trying to remember the name of that thing. Anyways, I can't think of it. There's one of the things they put down in the well that often goes wrong. It went wrong. They had to go in and cut that out. The name will come to me, and seal it, re-drill it. Anyway, delay after delay after delay, and but it finally, Bill, we'll be in there we should be in there by Saturday, and all right, great. So whatever day, call on Monday to find out what happened. And they didn't drill it. They didn't finish drilling it. Why not? Well, there was a guy on the rig, and I forget what it was, a flat tire, or I don't know, a tire got stuck or something. But the guy went in under the rig to try to fix it, and he got killed. It's like, well, how often does that happen? Well, it's never happened to me before. I've drilled thousands of wells, but the kid just went under there, and he shouldn't have, but he went under there to fix it, and he got killed. So my point is, there's always unexpected delays for weird reasons, because you're dealing with human beings who make bad decisions. I mean, you've driven on a highway. You're counting on 20 people in front of you to make good decisions. These people can't make a good decision in line at McDonald's, and you're counting on them to make decisions with your life at risk at 70 miles an hour. Well, in complex transactions, there's a lot of human beings making decisions and making mistakes. So delay is the norm, but I think we're at the end of the delays. I'm almost legend, because there's a friction here. When I was not a businessman and I was just a great stock guy, what I called myself, I was in production. That's what they called us. We were producers. So there's a natural friction between production and compliance, the rule guys and girls, the compliance. If you listen to compliance, you never get any production done. On the other hand, if you go pell-mell in your production and you ignore the rules, all the production you did could be taken away with a lawsuit or a penalty. So there's a natural friction on both. Compliance says, hey, wait a minute, slow down. Production says, I got to get this done, otherwise they'll do the deal with Shearson Lehman, and I want the deal here. And wait, we got to get. There's a natural friction. Tempers happens all the time. So there's a natural friction between the producers, the businessmen and women at Railtown who want to produce, make money basically, make product, get customers. There's a natural tension between them and compliance, the attorneys. And for a while, the producers put up with compliance. Well, yeah, it's always, they got to say something. Let's find out what they say. All right, I can wait. But eventually, the producers get pissed off and they go bang on the door. Bert, what the hell are you taking so long on this right now? This guy is my best client. He's being polite, but I got to drop this ticket or he's going to close his account, I'm afraid. Well, let me go talk to Pat. Pat smoking his cigarette. And he waves me in. What's going on here? Well, Bert needs your approval so that I can drop this trade. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the account. Well, is this guy who you say it is? And have you met him? And does he have this kind of money? Can he meet this? All right, here you go. Boom. And you go, it's done. But that'll come. That'll happen here. That'll happen here. Because money is already flowing to these companies, and Railtown has competition. I don't think they have competition for the product conductor. I just think there's plenty of places to just this wall of cash that's going into AI. There's many different stories out there, many different salesmen, saleswomen, and it's going to get done. And so there will come a time where Corey goes and bangs on the door of the attorney and says, darn it, what do I need to do to get you to sign off on this transaction? Because we're losing ground here. We're already in the second week of September. The third quarter is almost over. We need to be out in front of people, and capital's in motion. Deals are being signed up. I got to get working. We need to do this. You're holding up an entire business because you can't finish this product. That something like that will happen. I don't think there's much longer to wait. I'm almost legend, but I don't think it'll be done tomorrow. Because attorneys just think about billable hours. We got a live one here. If you're a top producer as an attorney, and in every situation you gain 2 more days, Saturday and Sunday, to bill hours, you're going to finish the year in the top billable attorney. You'll get the office on the corner. If you just do it every time you have a project, instead of finishing it Thursday afternoon, drag it out till Monday morning. And if you do that, every single customer you bring into the law firm, you're going to bill more hours than anybody else. And you're going to be a hero. So I don't expect that tomorrow the deal will be done. I think it'll be Monday at the soonest. And I've already shown you, I predicted September 15th a while ago. I was hopeful about this week, but I thought the 15th. It could be Tuesday or Wednesday next week, but I'm almost legend. I do not think it's going to go past Wednesday next week. I really don't. But hush my mouth. I've been wrong before. Michael Haight is the most courageous, the most action-packed. That's great, Michael. I noticed you more than doubled your, I think even tripled your position. That's fantastic. That's what you do when the price is, in my opinion, artificially low. Justin Babish, they are in a quiet period as far as trading is concerned. They are still open for business and making sales and producing revenue. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that goes to the friction I just described. The production side is just out there producing because that's how they perform. The compliance side is putting the brakes on because they're going to have to answer to people if there's a lawsuit later on, or if the paperwork doesn't withstand the examination by, let's say, Microsoft comes and buys the whole company. I'm totally making that up. But if they came and bought the whole company and it's all based on a revenue sharing agreement, a revenue sharing contract that was created by this attorney, and it was used 165 times, and it had a fatal flaw in it because they rushed the job, well, that's going to be a tough conversation that they're going to have in the future. So on the attorney side, there's a reasons to go slowly. On the business people's side, there's reasons to hurry up. And it's the difference between getting a silly little love song or number nine, if the two don't work together. If the two work together, you get, I don't know, you get, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Justin Babish, no news until Christmas. I don't think that's going to happen. You know why, Justin? If there's no news until Christmas, Railtown will have missed its opportunity to raise capital if they need it, to attract additional mergers and acquisitions, to bring in strategic investors, to get the help, perhaps, of the Canadian government and the provinces, but almost certainly to get the help from large public companies and financial institutions. If they wait till Christmas, they might as well shut shop. They're not going to wait till Christmas. They're not. I think your delay right now is whether they get this done tomorrow. I know meat's the only thing that's done. If they finish this tomorrow, next Wednesday, I don't even think they can wait till the following Wednesday because that's Jewish New Year. I have no idea how many bankers here would be affected by that, but I think you can imagine several might. Jewish New Year starts on at sundown, September 22nd. On Tuesday, the 23rd, Jewish New Year starts, and I assume it goes for a while. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure of that. Maybe it's just one day. But if I were a happily married Jewish guy with a happily married Jewish wife and a happily gathered Jewish children and making money and not wanting to rock the boat. I'm guessing I would take Friday off and at least take a vacation through Wednesday or Thursday, unless the whole, I don't know. My point is, I don't think they can wait till the third week of September. My guess is the Jewish New Year matters here. So I don't know. Guys, I'm trying to come up with reasons that you don't have to wait too much longer. And I'm a broken record because I've been saying it for a long time. But I think we will have something accomplished within the next 4 trading days. I don't know if you can see those yellow boxes, but I think we will have something accomplished. Unos, dos, tres. Oh no, Mr. Faulty, it is not. Manuel, there is too much butter on dos, tres. Okay, Manuel, there is too much butter on those trays. Oh no, Mr. Faulty, it's not on dos tres, it's uno, dos, tres. So in the next 3 trading days, 4 trading days, 5 trading days, I think you don't have to wait longer than that. I'd bet everything on it, but I feel like I've bet everything on it all along, so it's not going to impress you. So you say, well, you've been wrong before. Yes, I can be wrong again. I just can't see further delays being helpful to Canada, being helpful to the regulators. I can't see it being helpful to Canaccord. I don't think further delay helps Railtown or AI partners or their investors. I don't think further delay helps the attorneys. I think we're finally at the point where the attorneys have squeezed all of the juice out of the lemon. We need more law associates to help push the closing, buy more lawyers. Yeah, that's actually an interesting point that you make, Justin. When I looked at the financials the other day, I showed them to you. To my memory, is either 90,000 or 120,000 spent in the second quarter on legal fees. I'm thinking that's not very much. It's not very much at all. But then again, they are in Canada, eh? All right, we have 20 minutes left. Is that your dog? Why? Do you want him? 45.3 to 45.92, 561,000 shares all of a sudden. They want you to think there's a big seller, and oh my gosh. But what I think there's a big opportunity to buy the position that you want. I have more shares than I need, but fewer shares than I want. That was Senator Graham on guns. Now it doesn't trade when you watch it. Let's see, there was a lot of more green today. Energy Vault is still up 14.5 cents at 2055. Next strip is still up 16 cents at 394. GDC is sprinting ahead, up 77 cents at 652. Soundhound is up 67 cents at 1473. And Railtown is the only one in the red, down 2 cents at 45.3. Let's look at the volume on GDC. 345,000 shares on GDC. It is breaking out to new 52-week highs. So maybe they're arranging the short squeeze now in that stock. I don't know. It's certainly trading that way. But it's not huge, millions of shares yet. So I don't know what to say. I bet the chart on that looks pretty good. But I always got lucky in the draw. I've always been lucky in the draw. I've noticed when I get to liking someone, they're not around very long. Well, I notice when you get to disliking someone, they're not around very long neither. Yeah, GDC, it's going vertical. What's the volume? The volume still hasn't, volume is registering, but it still hasn't gotten insane. But there's no question that's going vertical. So what happens? What happens next? I guess, let me see what the 5-year chart looks like. We might be finally one that actually skips the light. Oh. I don't know. I would expect a pullback. Might be able to go slightly higher, but it's, I think there's resistance there. It's done this before and then collapsed all the way back down. But what's unique this time, I think it needs some more sideways and up. But if it can be steady about that, well, I don't know. There's so much resistance to go through. I don't know. I'd question whether, it's hard to know. I don't know the inside. I don't know if they're trying to organize something, make something happen. If they are, this could be a signal of a lot higher in GDC. On the other hand, it's happened before and they take it right back down over the next weeks. I don't know what to say. I guess if you're in it, GDC, if you're in it, you might as well see what happens. But it's all a gamble. It's all a crapshoot. Why can't the parties involved use AI? I like that. But remember, Railtown Middle Ground is not here for us. I'm not being paid by Railtown anything. And, they didn't ask me to like the company, and therefore they have to act because I'm impatient. That's not very smart business. I forgot. I'm just a good stock guy, not a business guy. I can't figure out business concepts. Just so confusing. Yeah, great stock. Yeah, it's good for stocks, but business is so hard to understand. Um, they could use AI, but I guess that's next time, not this time. I heard from somebody who listens that, on Wall Street, they're already letting people go and replacing employees with AI. I mean, imagine how hard Wall Street has now trained a whole generation of brokers to just gather assets and put the assets into managed money. The one thing AI can't do is replace the relationships. But customer service, what if people start calling into customer service and AI cannot answer the question, where's my dividend? Oh, that one used to drive me crazy because it would take forever and you couldn't ever come up with a good answer. And, the half hour you couldn't get back. But AI could start replacing brokers. It would not be hard. And so I would imagine payouts are going to start coming down on Wall Street. But they still make so much money, it won't hurt them. If I go to the airport, I love this. If I go to the airport and return luggage carts for 5 cents each, every 200 carts buys me 100. I love that thinking, Justin. And I was just going to do that for you. If you have 100 shares of Railtown that you buy with the coins in your pocket, or returning bottles, or returning carts, if you can buy 100 shares of Railtown and next year it goes to $55, you can pay off a credit card. It's pretty good. John Piper, where do you think the price goes post-merger? It's all I ever talk about. Let's just pick. Let's go through the calendar, John. Let's say they announce that the merger has finally been papered up. I think the merger was as good as finished or accomplished when they shook hands. It's just the bloody legal process. But let's say they get it announced on the 17th that it's done and the quiet period's over. I think the stock on the 17th, I should write it down in pencil. I think the stock on the 17th, it's possible that the stock starts drifting upward next week. And on the 17th, we could get to 65 cents. I wrote it down, 65 cents on the 17th. And then if they announce that the quiet period, effectively that's what the announcement does, the quiet period's over, I would imagine on the 17th or the 18th, you'll see $1.25 on the stock. And the question is, who sells? There will be these guys like the guys talking about GDC. If GDC goes to $25, there'll be a lot of people talking to you saying, hey, GDC is going to go to 300 or whatever. I don't know. Or how about you look at this stock? There might be some selling from you, this 12 million. I hope not. I hope not. The shorts may be able to keep pouring counterfeit stock into the system. So it might pause slightly at $1.25, $1.50. I'm going to say $1.25 to $1.50 on Thursday next week. And then Friday, I would imagine Thursday or Friday, trying to figure out, would they put more news out? They might Thursday or Friday. I'll imagine that Friday it goes to 2.25. That's the 19th. And then Jewish New Year begins at sundown on the 22nd and the 23rd. That might be good luck for us. I'll say it'll go to $3 on the 22nd. I don't think there'll be, I think the hot money will, if it wants to get out, will get out earlier rather than later, because the shares will go from weak hands to strong hands. So on Monday the 22nd, I'll predict $3. I think there'll be a big jump. I think on Jewish New Year, it'll be $4, $3.50 to $4. I'll give it a rest on Wednesday and assume somewhere in here, I would imagine there'll be a financing. I don't think it'll slow it down, but it might a little. So I'll say Wednesday is still $4. And then Thursday, Friday, I'll say that Thursday it goes 450 to 525. And Friday, I think it'll be $525, $550. That's the 26th. And then Monday, the 29th, I think the stock will be $8. And Tuesday, the 30th, I think it'll be $11. How's that? It's like filling out a pool. So your question is, where does it go post-merger? Right now, we're on Thursday, right? I think on Friday, tomorrow, there won't be any news. Next week, it could be Monday, Tuesday, but let's assume it's Wednesday. I think the stock will start drifting upward, but I think the first day of the news, it'll close at $1.25, or the day after, I guess, in this case, $1.25. The next day, I think it'll be 2.25. So here I said $1.25 to $1.50, and then I think on that Friday it'll close at 2.25. The following week, I think it will be $3 on Monday, $3.54 on Tuesday the 23rd, $4 on the 24th, $4.50, $5.25 on the 25th, 5.25, $5.50 on the 26th, and then on Monday, $8, and on Tuesday, $11. That's what I think. Is that optimistic? It could be low, but it almost certainly seems a bit crazy right now. But that's what I think will happen. I think the stock, a lot of buying's going to come in that's been pent up. And so I think the stock will go to $1.25, $1.50. But there may be some of these guys might come to you and say, that's a win for retail. Why don't you buy GDC? Why don't you buy IG Bucks? Why don't you buy the next stock that's going to go up? Because it'll be a lot of money. Your money will be a lot of money that they can juice it, and maybe a squeeze can start. You know, they got to pay their families too. So it might run into a little bit of selling there in the 150 range. I hope not. I think it's crazy. The next day, I think it could go to 2.25. I think somewhere in there, or on Monday when I'm saying it'll go to 3. Somewhere in there, I bet they do a deal with, I don't know, Canaccord or one of the big investors that means something. Like I'm trying to think of somebody in Canada. All I can think is Andreessen, but I don't think they're in Canada. But somebody like that, where everyone goes, "Wow, that guy's an investor." I think there might be a small raise in the $2, $3 range. I hope not. I hope it's much higher. But you got to admit it's possible. I think by the time it's $2.25 or $3, anyone that's going to be impressed to sell by the hot money guys probably has already sold. So I think it'll be a pretty steady climb. On Tuesday, digesting news that maybe there's been a raise. But remember, if it's a raise with a guy like Andreessen, I'm making it up, it'll bring in buyers. It'll bring in headlines. So I think Tuesday it'd be $3 to $4. I'm giving kind of a pause on Wednesday at $4. And then Thursday, the 25th, I think 450 to 5.25. And man, once it closes above 5, I think the institutional buying will surprise you. And I think it could go by that Friday, 5.25, 550, because people might still be wooing you away, or that's 10x for a lot of people. And there are people saying, that's a win for retail. Why don't you come to my new idea? Because my last idea worked. Let's say GDC works. But 20 didn't. But now then they're going to go into, you'll be tempted. I know you will. But I'm going to say Friday the 26th, it closes 525 to 550. But over that weekend, oh my gosh, I think there'll be a lot of discussion and buying. And I think Monday it'll close at 8. Tuesday the 30th, I think it'll close at 11. And you're going to say, how could it be that big a move later? Well, I think at $1, you'll have some smaller family offices and maybe some smaller VC firms able to buy a stock over $1, but not too many. At $2, particularly if it closes over $2, I think most accounts in North America become marginable. So I think just like there's speculators on the short side, there may be some speculators on the long side who will buy. I don't recommend it, by the way, right now anyway. But you do what you want to do. If you have cash, go ahead and do it. But you go from 100% margin requirement at $1.99 at $2.25. You might, it depends on the firm, you might go to 75% margin requirement, but you might go in at 50%. So I think there'll be margin buying at 2.25, 250. But I also think there'll be some funds that can come in at $2, but not very many, some. And then if it gets to $3, $4, same thing. $3 probably brings in other funds. $4 probably brings in other funds. But by $4, you're probably looking at a margin requirement as low as 40%. So there could be some margin buying. At $5, every fund can buy. And that's the big thing. I think the biggest funds out there that have, well, when I say everyone, I don't know about every single one. But for our purposes, almost every fund can buy. And they'll buy it for a 5-year hold, 10-year hold. They'll buy it to have it in their portfolio when they go see Mrs. Tanawaki on December 15th and say, look, our competitors own NVIDIA, Microsoft, Chevron, what's that one, Plantier, and they own Railtown. Look at our portfolio. We own all of those. So they'll be buying just to get it in their portfolio. So after $5, I think a lot of institutional buying is going to come in. And I don't see where the shorts will be allowed to sell anymore. And I think any of you that have gotten persuaded to go over to the next GDC or the next energy vault will have already done that. So I don't think the insiders are selling. You are the only real shares that'll be sold. You, the 12 million shares that you have taken such a steady, hard work time to build up. It's the only stock available. They're going to come woo you, scare you, seduce you, distract you. And as long as you don't sell, maybe we'll still have 12 million, but I'm sure there'll be some shaking of the tree. But if you don't sell, and the insiders don't sell, and the original investors don't sell, the only way these institutions are going to be able to get in is for the price to go up. But that's where that plastic blonde is completely wrong. And Tony Two Shoes, he's totally wrong. As this goes up, you're not going to be able to buy 40,000 shares. You sold 40,000 shares at 46, but you won't, even if you decide to buy 40,000 shares at 8, you may not be able to do it. 40,000, you might get 1,000, 2,000 off, and the stock's $9.50. That, I don't know if it'll happen at $8, but it'll happen where there's not much stock for sale. And so even though you're scared to death right now of the weight, the shorts are allowing you to buy all you want at 45, 50 cents. As it goes up and you get more familiar with the story, and there's half a dozen research reports out there, and there's earning calls and news announcements, and you're bombarded by your professionals to put money in AI, you're going to start saying, wow, this thing might have legs. I want to buy more, but then you can buy 50 shares. It's a paradox. Right now, you can buy all you want at the greatest price ever because you're scared because the price has been going down. And if what I'm saying is correct, why is the price down? I've told you why. There's the day trader and the swing trader shorts who just want to hit and run and take $2,000 off of you, $5,000 off of you. and do it again the next day. And then there's the more professional industrial scale short selling, and they want to bust up the trade, bust up the merger, and crush it. And they work with hedge funds, they work with Lynn Partners, they work with the attorneys. Well, that's not happening here. That game plan just isn't going to work here. It doesn't matter how many dick pictures these guys show me, how many threats that I should just take a one-way trip to Israel, how many threats that are given, or any making fun of me. The games aren't going to work this time that the shorts, the industrial scale shorts do. But the day trading, and I hate the word, swing trading shorts, making money out of nothing, making shares out of nothing, that'll continue. It's a good industry. You get 6 guys around a desk and a speakerphone, typing on a computer board, making fun of me with different aliases, convincing you to be scared, and they make $5 grand a day, 20 trading days. It's $100 grand a month. How many of you make $100 grand a month? I know there's one guy out there that does, but how many of you make $100 grand a month? I mean, it's good business. Cheating, stealing, intimidating, bullying, it's a good business. Being a general lowlife, it's a good business. But that business is predicated on the stock going down, you being scared, and the prime broker, the stock loan desk, giving them the ability to print shares into existence. Well, once the stock goes, in my judgments, my prediction, once it goes from 50 cents to $5, $6, $7, I don't think the prime brokers are going to be so keen on stock being sold into existence. They could be. They could be. They could be, but I don't think so. So you're going to have fewer shares available, and maybe far fewer shares available from the counterfeiters. And the insiders aren't going to sell. And those of you who are weak hands, you might get shaken out and say, wow, phew, that was good for me. You might do that. But that's not going to be all of you, and you could only do that once. The rest of you are going to hang on, and some of you are going to buy more. And by the way, when it gets to $5, $6, $7, $10, you can buy more with margin. I'd be careful with it. The problem at $5 is your margin account, probably the initial margin requirement will be 50-50. So if you have 40,000 shares at $5, that's $200,000 worth of stock. You can probably borrow 100,000, and it'll depend on your firm how they allocate that. But you could almost certainly buy $100,000 worth of Railtown at $5. So you could increase your position from 40,000 to 60,000 at $5 with borrowed money. But the problem is, and the risk is, your maintenance requirement will be 30%, probably, as long as it stays above $5. But if it falls to $4, your maintenance might become 75%. And if it goes to $3, your maintenance might be 100%. So if the shorts, or if there's just some reason for a panic, short-term panic, if you've maximized your margin loan at $5 or $6 and it sells down, I don't know your firm, but conceptually, if it sells down to $3, you might have to pay back that entire amount of money you borrowed. And if you don't have it, they're going to sell out your account. So it's really risky, I think, to establish that much margin. But if you are feeling confident, that's a good way to press your bet and make even more money on the way up. Now, if it gets to $10, $11, $12, that's where I think it does make some sense to borrow money on margin. If you don't, the other thing is just to sell part of your stock. But I don't think $10, $11, $12 is the right time to sell. But you can use a little bit of margin to buy puts. Now, we'll have to check the premiums. If the premiums are too high, it may or may not make sense. But we'll have to look at that time. So you can hedge some of your downside risk with puts. They'll expire worthless. So it's a complete insurance policy. But if you bought I don't know what puts will be available, but if you bought the $10 puts when the stock's 12 and the stock went down to $8, you'd be glad you did it. But I think the premiums are going to be very expensive. And because the most likelihood is the stock is just going to keep going up, that's my judgment. It might be risky to do that. But again, if you just did it with a small bit of your margin, 1 or 2%, you wouldn't hedge much of your account, but it'd be something. So if the stock pulled back, you could take your profit and it'd be something that would make you feel better about the pullback. That's one strategy. The other strategy, which can be done as well, they're not exclusive. You could buy, and I've got 3 companies which I've shown you, but I've since read about several more. But you could buy, for example, royalty companies in the oil and gas space, or royalty companies in mining. But in the gas space, the 3 that I've looked at, you could probably average 9 or 10% yield. You could buy those. Problem is, margin borrowing right now is bloody expensive. Back when I used to be on margin was 6, 7, 8%, and interest rates were higher from here, to my memory. I might be glossing up, but I looked the other day. I think margin now is 13%. It's not great. So if one of these deals can pay you 10, 12, 13%, there is one that does that right now. You're just paying the margin rate, and it becomes a push. But what if interest rates go down? And there's a couple of other. I think interest rates are going down. There's some ETFs. There's zero coupons. Anyway, there's a way to make a trade there. But I really, at this moment, don't think it's genius to do, because the margin rates are so high. And then you can also use part of your margin, a small amount, if you want to go chase GDC or some one of those stocks without selling. But I wouldn't do it with more than 1%, because you're most likely going to lose your money. and then you have a debit there that you got to take care of. The other thing we can do is start selling calls to bring in income. But I think it'll be too soon to do that at $10, $11, $15. At $55, it could do. And then the other thing, which I hope doesn't happen, I really hope it doesn't happen, but if Railtown does a short squeeze, which it could, well, then you will have a pretty good sense that the stock isn't going to pull back very far early on, but it'll be volatile. It'll be volatile. So you got to be very careful with margin or buying calls. But that's what you could do. You could buy calls, or you could buy more shares on margin, but I just wouldn't go overboard. But in a squeeze, you could sell those shares. You could sell those calls. Instead of selling your core position, I have a real struggle figuring out what to do if the stock squeezed. And when would it squeeze? When would it be a squeeze? I thought I had plugged this in before, but I didn't. When would it be? Would it squeeze from $5? Would it squeeze from $11, $15? I don't know. Again, this is all information we'll kind of figure out later on. And if it does squeeze, how high will it go? I just don't know those answers. I'm really skeptical on the high numbers anymore, even though they're, TOP and HKD did it. Maybe GDC will do it. I don't know. Where did GDC close? 610, 641. Maybe GDC is going to run. It's essentially making new highs as we go. That's a good sign. Maybe that one runs. I still would rather be in Railtown because this one, I don't know what's happening, but there will be other stocks. If GDC works, they'll turn to ZJYL or they'll turn to another one, and you'll hear about them. My guess is I mean, if these things start working, my guess is the best source of information will be ham. But anyway, there's too much risk in it. I don't want you to be hot money anymore. If you remember in your head that Railtown picked 33 or 44 or 55, then why would you risk anything? I mean, you might be one of those fancy dancers or tiny dancers or pull up to the bumper dancers, and it can happen, but you could lose your money too. I just think it's way too risky. But anyway, we'll track a potential squeeze if it happens. It'll be in the volume, it'll be in the movement. My thinking right now is, and I don't have a big account like you guys. I mean, I'm amazed at your accounts. If I were a jealous man, I'd be jealous. If I were not a jealous man, I'd probably have a girlfriend. I don't know, but anyway, for me, with my puny account, I don't know the answer. So the market, I think, will tell us. But if I bought calls, or if I added a tiny bit, and I'm talking like 5% margin, 5% of your account, maybe 10%. I'm not talking going overboard, because if you go overboard in a correction, you can lose everything. And this is not something to lose everything about. I might sell some of those little items quickly, but in my core position, which is nothing compared to most of you, I don't think, as I'm talking to you right now, I don't think I'd sell it at $25. Even if it went up there and pulled back, I don't think I would. If it went to $75 and higher, I'd start really seriously thinking, well, after taxes, well, it's IRA, so that doesn't matter for me. But I'd start thinking after, you sell, where are you going to buy back? Can you replace this? What's your alternatives? I would say that at 75, it starts to be in that range where I think, yeah, in a squeeze, why not sell and buy back? But here's the trick. Where do you buy back? And going back to Platinum Blonde and Tony Two Wallets, what do? Can you buy back your position? And I'm not sure that's a given. If you have 40,000 shares and you sell it at 75 and it pulls back to, I don't know, 35, and that's it, and luckily you have your order in, will you be able to buy 40,000 shares? That is not a given. That is not a given. Why? Because two things. Every fund and every big investor who bought it, they put it away. They're not going to sell in a squeeze. That's not how they play the game. They buy it to have it in their portfolio. They can show it to their clients that they own it, and they own it for the long run. They don't want to lose their job selling the stock and then not having a position. So the big funds who buy it are not going to sell. The second thing is, the shorts are not going to be printing counterfeit money like it's going out of style, counterfeit shares. The shorts won't give you 40,000 shares at $35. So the dilemma is, if you get out in a short squeeze, you might not get your position back. Which is okay if the stock goes down to 25 and stays there. But see, I don't see that. I think Railtown very easily, assuming multiples stay the same, assuming the stock market remains strong, and in general, and AI 2.0 in particular, I can give all sorts of scenarios with middle of the road multiples, albeit high multiples, and with revenue projections and growing, that Railtown could be a 20 or 25, $30 billion company. And then you're talking, depending on how many shares are out there, I mean, you could be talking about a $200, $250 stock. But these are big numbers, getting way out in the margin of error and the deviation from one's predictions. So we just don't have enough information on that. But that'll be the decision. If the stock goes to 75 in a squeeze, and we have information that the company could get to 500 million a year in revenue, why sell at 75? It's going to be tricky. There's going to be a lot of information coming to us over the next weeks and months. And as long as the bloody thing doesn't squeeze on the first day, we can incorporate a lot of that information and news and build a strategy, a bandwidth, I guess, a range of where we'd get out or wouldn't get out. I mean, maybe at 25, in my example right now, keep 100% of your stock. At 75, maybe, I'm not saying do that now, I'm just hypothetical, maybe sell 75%. And then, so maybe at 50, maybe only sell a quarter. I don't know. We'll come up with a strategy. Right now, I don't intend to sell. I really want to take advantage of what I expect to be an ongoing upward climb, not straight up. It'll be up, and then, it's like climbing a mountain. You climb up, and then the path goes down for a while, then you climb up again. Be like that. Remember, every time they do a strategic financing, let's say Andreessen, wherever he lives, comes in on a financing, or if they did a financing, I'm not sure they could, but maybe they did a financing with John Ruffalo, who everybody knows in Canada, or with his fund, and everybody would follow that. Or maybe they did a financing with Constellation Software. I don't know if they could. But each time they do that financing, that kind of becomes a new step on the ladder, or a new step on the climb. Because if it's in the news that, I don't know, Elon Musk bought 3 million shares at $15, well, people are going to think if it gets below 15, they should buy it. It becomes harder to sell that down, at least in a reasonable time frame. So, and I'll tell you what else it does. What if a strategic partner, this is what I would try to do. I'm not a big brainiac. I've never been a businessman. I'm just a great stock guy. So, I don't know what I'm doing. But if I were running it, I would say, let's say there's 10 people that want to invest in shares, newly issued shares. I mean, it would depend on how much I wanted to raise, but I might do a Dutch auction type thing. That's back-ass word, I know, but I might go out and say, look, I'm talking to 10 of you. This is the range. Let me know how many shares you're willing to buy, and you price it, and I'll allocate the shares based on the highest price first. That's what I would try to do. Or I might say, there's 10 of you out there, but I'm going to narrow it down. I'm only looking to raise $5 million. I want to do it at $20, which is a lot of money, by the way. I will only give you the stock if you're willing to commit, verify that you'll buy 25% more in the open market. I'd try to do something like that. That's essentially what the when you had real market makers and when you had real trading desks and real investment banking, that's essentially what happened over and over in transactions that I raised money for and did had my clients buy. But of course, I'm just a great stock guy. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. If I were running Railtown, I'd try to do it in those kind of ways. If I had a bunch of people wanting to give money, if it's only one or two, and if I really wanted, like for example, if I really wanted SoftBank to be a buyer, I might give them a sweetheart deal because everybody would follow that. Or Warren Buffett, not that he would do it. I might give a sweetheart deal because then for the next 2 years on my road shows, I could say, Warren Buffett's a buyer as a shareholder. Oh yeah, Warren Buffett bought. Yeah. So. John Piper, sorry to hear. No, that's all right. I didn't. Did I answer like I was annoyed with you? I wasn't. I wasn't. I did sigh, I think, because it's really hard to make projections. But no, it's fine, John. It's a fine question. Let me summarize it by saying, without the dates, as soon as this news is announced, there's pent-up buying demand. I don't think that all of the buyers can buy under $1 or even at $1, but I think the stock will essentially just, pop up to $1.20, $1.25. That's what I think. And then from $1.25, there might be some shakeout. I hope not. I hope not. I'm going to do everything I can to tell people not to sell. But I mean, I'm just one guy. And if GDC goes to 40, people are going to go, oh, I missed. And they'll go chase a shadow. But I don't think GDC is going to do that, but you never know. I don't know what's going on with GDC. I used to be privy to strategies and information. I'm not anymore. But I'm not sure, John, that it will stall for very long at $1.25, $1.50. I think it'll be a heartbeat, a blip. And I don't know how they're going to announce these 4 deals they've already announced. How are they going to let us know what the revenue projections are? And what if there is a pipeline? How are they going to let us? I don't know how all that's going to happen. Maybe it happens at the end of the quarter. And then revenue, can they tell us about it, or does it have to wait till the end of the quarter with the earnings announcement? I don't know. We'll find out about that. But as they roll up companies, I almost certainly think they will tell us about revenue. So if there's any of that happening quickly, I think the stock's headed very sharply up, very sharply up. But without that, I think it goes to $1.25, $1.50, and then that brings in buyers, and I think it'll go to, let's say, $2.50. That brings in even more buyers and momentum. And I think the next place it goes is $3.54 1/4, and that brings in even more. There'll be some volatility. There'll be attempts at shorting and day trading. But then I think it goes to $5.50, 6 1/4. And once it's there, John, I think it's $12 before you know it. The answer is institutional buying. And I talked to a couple of people, 3 people, just shooting the shooting the bull, shooting the bull. I think there's going to be a lot of institutional buying. I mean, could it be 5 institutions that each buy 4%? Could it be 25 institutions that each buy 1% or something in between? Sure. But I bet institutions buy up 10 to, I don't know, 10 to, I don't know, 10 to 25% of the stock, I bet ends up in institutional accounts. If that happens, Platinum Blonde's going to find out that just because you sell a certain amount of, just because you sell 40,000 shares at 50 cents, doesn't mean you can buy back 40,000 shares at $11, at least in one trade. Maybe you can do it picking it off. It's funny when it happens, but the volume could really dry up in this stock, John. It may not, but I've seen it happen before. So I think if it gets to $5, $6, it doubles essentially right away. And then I can't figure out why it would pause, because I don't think insiders or institutions will sell, but I do think the charm boys will come after your stock, because that's a lot of money and they're going to feel like it's their money to play with. They told you about Railtown. They told you about this and that, and they're so great. So they'll come after your money, the charm boys. And some people might sell in the teens. I don't think it's smart to sell there. Maybe they'll do a equity raise. I don't know, maybe. But I really don't think it, John, there's a chance here with Railtown. There's not really any long pauses. They could just be steady. What that'll depend on is revenue, 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 revenue. And if revenue starts being rolled up from the AI partners network, from the network, and maybe they get to 250 or 300 million in revenue by the first quarter just from the roll-ups, like I just showed you, I think it's a $30, $40, $50 stock. But John, so much of that is speculating and maybe hoping and trying to extrapolate from tea leaves. We need the news to be announced, and then we need to see the trading action, and then we need to see further, either with the news or in further news announcements, what the hell's going on with the revenue. Once we start plugging those things in, and there's 2 things I want to know about the revenue broadly. How much is it, and how quickly is it growing? It's pretty simple. And once we start getting those numbers, it could get exciting. All right, in the aftermarket, GDC's down to 629, but for those of you speculating, I would guess that's a good sign. I would guess. Not knowing anything, the stock's making new highs, and the volume's okay. It's not great. I would expect the next thing you're going to see on GDC is gigantic volume, which means they turned on the computer somewhere. That works sometimes, but look what happened with Nixie. It doesn't always work. So it's, I don't know. It's no guarantee. If it happens and it goes up, you're going to tell me, well, that was guaranteed. Well, no. Just because something good happens with the stock you sold doesn't mean the decision to sell it it and put it in Railtown, for example, was a bad decision. We can't predict the exact outcome. We can predict probabilities, but if you've got 80% chance of failing and 20% chance of succeeding, there's 20% chance of succeeding. We just don't know. Anyway, John, we'll follow it as it goes. I almost sneezed. What I want to say is, as it goes up, John, since you're new here, I do not recommend that Railtown be hot money to you. If you bought it at 50 cents and it goes to $1, $2, or $3, I don't think you take the profit. I mean, if you're a trader, maybe you sell it at 3, you hope to buy back at 250, but I think it would be really high risk, because I think Railtown is going to give you 10x to 15x out of the gate. Is that 1 hour? Is that 1 day, 1 week, 1 month? Something like that. It'll happen in the first blip of time. I think it's a $5, $6, $7 stock. And then ironically, once it is that level, I think that's where it starts. It's March. That's where it starts to be an investment for 10x or 20x from there. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to take profits, but we have to be ever alert. We have to be ever alert, and we have to get more information. Hey, Volkstoy King. Look, I'll talk about this, but I really, if you guys are swing traders or day traders, unless you can give it 100% of your intention, or you subscribe to a service who sends you alerts, I just think you're setting yourself up to lose everything in a trade. But here's an obvious question is, did Volkstoy King recommend to you? I don't know. I don't follow him. But did he recommend to you to buy this stock at 526? That would impress me. But he said open was announced last week at 526, and it's now trading at 1070. So number one, you've already missed that move. You missed it. So what? All that excitement in your loins and the urgency, you already missed that trade. It's irrelevant. Question is, what does it do from 1070? Let's see what he says. Short term would be a great swing for your viewers. I don't know. I guess he's saying it's, I don't know if he's positive or negative. It's already doubled, and I guess he's saying it could keep going up. Based on that, to me, I'd say, great, nice trade, good luck with it. I'm already in, I'm where I want to be. It's the housing market. I've had about as much fun in the housing market as I can stand for the last 25 years. I've never been more surprised by human behavior in my life. But if you already own a house, why trade? I don't know the answer. I really don't even know what OPEN is. So I'm at a loss here to give a recommendation. Just sharing value in the meantime on Railtown. Guys, I'm going to repeat it. I don't think you have many days left. Yes, I said that in July. Yes, I said that in June. I'm not sure I ever said it in August, but I might have said it in August. But I do not think you have many days left to buy Railtown under $1, under $2, under $3, under $4, under $5. I don't think you have many days left. So to me, unless you bought open, were told about it at $5 and it's now $10, to me, buying it at 11, maybe it keeps going up in a swing trade, whatever the hell that is. I think that's just holding a day trade overnight. But it could go back to 5. And I just think it's not where you should be. Railtown is your way out of all of this. Once your account is bigger or big, you can take a fraction of it and throw it at these ideas. I think you'll get to a point where you get bored of it because you realize you always lose. Because not only do you have, if you buy Volstoy stock at $11, not only do you then have to watch it and sell it at the right time, if you're this kind of hot money, if you buy it at 11 and sell it at 15 and it goes to 30, you're going to be pissed off and talking about it all weekend. If you have the mentality of the one client that used to work with him and now works with another guy, where she listens to him, I bet she's in GDC. If Ham, I don't know if Ham was talking about it, but maybe she got in at $2 and now it's $6. I don't know what the story is, but she may be selling today at 6. Or if it's going to go to 30, she might sell at 10. But my point is, she has trained herself. Buy it, take your profit, let everybody else. You got to leave some profit for the other guys, and then just do it the next time. And she's at peace with herself because she's professional. If you're not a professional trader, you buy this hot shot stock at 11 and you get out at 17 and it goes to 50, your mind's going to be on that, trying to catch that, and you're not going to be concentrating on Railtown. You need to concentrate on Railtown. Railtown is going to give you 10 to 15x from here once the stock starts trading out of the quiet period. I don't know if it'll be that afternoon. I don't know if it'll be that Friday. I don't know if it'll be the end of that month, but it will be very quick. If you're not concentrating, you're going to miss that opportunity. And if you're seduced by a swing trade in the meantime, you might as well divorce the wife and take up with the mistress, because your mind's going to be on the mistress anyway. Oh, and that's a housing play in hopes of a rate cut. All right, let me give you my opinion. I'm sure Volstoy King is better at it than I am. But remember, I'm a great stock guy. I really don't understand business. I think the rate cut is priced into all the stock market now. I think the Fed rate cut of a quarter point, of 25 basis points, is priced in the market. The question is, have they already priced in 50 basis points? Have they already priced in a 50% cut? Not 50%, sorry, 50, half a percent, 50 basis points cut in their interest rates. I bet the market is leaning to 50%, 50 basis points, half a percent cut. We'll find out. But if they cut interest rates 1/4 of a point instead of 1/2 a point, and the market was expecting 1/2 a point, you're going to see the biggest sell-off in bonds and everything else. Short term. Now, what is Bessent and the Fed? I forget the guy at the Fed right now. The white-haired guy. I can't think his name. Trump hates him. Mueller. It's not Mueller. It's Powell. Here's a tough job for Powell. The dollar is down. Israel is attacking every one of our allies except Saudi Arabia and the UAE so far, who in the Middle East, who are critical to a strong dollar and a strong U.S. financial system, because oil is traded in most part now in U.S. dollars, and those dollars are recycled into our banking system. And if the Saudis or the Qataris say, screw it, I'm going with the BRICS, I don't think they'll go with the euro. I'm going with the ruble. Our life becomes very difficult. So Powell is dealing with the fact that he needs to keep our oil partners from seeking other currencies. So it's not as easy as saying that jobs are down, everything sucks, and they're going to cut. My own opinion, I don't think they're going to cut 50 basis points, maybe 1/4. But I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they do not cut anything in September, for the reason I just said. They need to present a viable alternative to other currencies out there. They don't want the king, but Israel's going to make sure it happens, and we're going to go down with Israel. We're going to go down with 70% of 8.5 million people in this colonial, white supremacist, religious supremacist, even though they're probably secular country. Colonial, we're going to go down with the British colonial empire. We fought the British, and now we're going to go down with it. I don't know where our mind is. If we stayed on the side of our original freedom fighters, of our Constitution, against the empire, if we stayed on that side, we right now would be the most powerful country in the world, and the whole world would be listening to us. Instead, we follow this forked-tongued devil, Netanyahu, and we're going to go right down with him. But I can't change it. I forget where interest rates are right now. Volstoy King. The Fed rate, I mean. I think it's 4.25. I don't want to look it up. Whatever it is. I have read and remember, and it's all theory anyway. But if we were to go into a depression, and the definition of the depression is not as straightforward as you think. A recession is 2 negative quarters. At least that's my memory of it. A depression is not necessarily a lot of negative quarters. A depression is when your economy is producing below what it could be producing, however that's defined. So I don't think anyone's in a rush to declare that we're in a depression. It'll be a recession, and Morgan Stanley says we're out of the recession. And there may be data to support that. And the Fed may be looking at it. They won't cut rates then. But my point is, if we go into a depression, the Fed needs, and I might be wrong on this number, but I think I'm right. The Fed needs, according to theory, they need at least 3.5% in interest rates. Maybe it's 4%, but they need at least that to be able to cut, to pull the economy out of a depression. That's the theory. So Powell's in a tough spot. If he thinks we're going to have a depression, which I don't see how he couldn't be worried about, he needs to keep something like 3.5%, 4% interest rates in reserve to bail that shit out. So I'm not sure there's going to be interest rate cuts. But even if there are, it's already priced into the stocks. Now let's talk about the housing market. Do you actually think that cutting interest rates, even 50 basis points, is going to change the housing market? You've got people that cannot afford rent, of course, but they can't afford the down payments. Their credit isn't necessarily good in the better areas. But if they go buy builder specials where the builders are letting them come in at 5%, or they get some, and there's another trying to remember what it is. I think it's with Fannie Mae, but it might be with the government. There's another thing going on with the housing market where you can get in with nothing down, or essentially very little down. And if you come in, you probably know what it is, but you come in with a small down payment and the valuation on the house is held tightly. And if you're working with these, particularly if you're a developer, you're working with these banks, they raise the value and automatically you're able to take additional monies out. And then if you fall, it's a government program. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. If you don't pay for 6 months, you can go back in and claim, if this is your primary residence, the value's up. I got to restart my payments, and then restart you, and then you can delay another 6 months, and then you can do it again. And it's extend and pretend on a grand scale going on in the housing market now. Do you really think a reduction in the overnight rate at the discount window is going to change all those dynamics? You believe that the Fed controls with the overnight rate, the discount rate. They control long-term rates. And I think you're wrong on that. The bond market takes its cue there, but this bond market is on its tiptoes. It's in the blocks, ready to run away from the Fed at any time. And I think lowering interest rates could separate mortgages and long-term bonds from the Fed's illusion of control. But then it gets into the public psyche. Hey, wait a minute. We can't trust the Fed. It's very dangerous. I see no connection now to lower interest rates and higher loan origination and higher house prices. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Now, there may be shenanigans that developers can do, builders can do with lower interest rates that I don't know of. I'm not a mortgage originator. I'm sure there's things out there. But it'll be temporary. It'll be a sugar high. And I think any stock market participants will be able to look beyond it. So if you're buying open to benefit from the Fed cutting interest rates, I think you're too late. But that's just my opinion. Volstoy King wants you to consider his idea of buying open. I don't know. I just gave you my thoughts. I think as a trade, it's a push at best. It might work. It might. I think there's a lot of risk the Fed will disappoint the market. Further, I think there's a lot of risk at one of these times that the bond market goes the other direction, and then it's Katie barred the door. And that's why I think the Fed's going to be very careful. Everyone's calling for a cut, so it's probably going to happen. But personally, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't do any cut at all. I don't see 50. I see 25. But what the hell do I know? What the hell do I know? Volstoy King's not a short. Okay. Chucky, finger 2000. You think so, Chucky? Why do you think finger's going to go to 2000? I mean, if you type it up, I'll read it out. Personally, I think finger's going to have a. Where is finger? $1.75. That's nice. Nice movement. I haven't looked at a chart. Maybe finger has another bit of a run in it, but I don't see finger. Finger's market cap is 89 million. They do 35 million a year in revenue for the last 3 years. They don't make money. The C2 contract, I think it's going well, but it's not going quickly. They didn't ramp that up. So, maybe their 35 million becomes 40 million in revenue with a chance at a profit, a small profit. But I don't see finger going to 2000 based on 40 million in revenue. I just don't see it going to 2000, Chucky. But if you want to give your reasons, go ahead. John Piper, very nice. That's word. Well, good for you. I might write. I don't know. I'm gonna write down John Piper. I guess you haven't bought it yet, so I won't put it down yet. But that's great. You had me at $4. I know. I hope people don't get out at $4. But the experience has been that all of these stocks go up and then they come down. The shorts are not going to be able to make this come back down. They're just not going to be able to do it. They may think that they just have to survive one revenue announcement. But my suspicion, when you've got 5,000 clients of 165 companies, all in the AIP network, all in the AI software development space, and exactly what Conductor was built for is software development. And, and a couple of features on either end of software development. I think the shorts are going to have to face revenue deal after revenue deal after revenue deal. If they're hoping to survive one revenue announcement and then be able to get everybody out, I just don't see it. I mean, the question is over what time frame, but you've got 165 companies, and it's been 6 months of this lawyer nightmare. Do you think John Ruffalo and Dr. Tom Core and the IBM guy and Mike Norbrega just decided to sit on their thumbs for the last 6 months? Or do you think they're out there talking to those companies? And I mean, I would be getting options, at least at a minimum. I'd have contracts where I have a right to buy the company at such and such at a minimum. But maybe it's gone further than that. They've already got pre-arranged purchase agreements that are just pending the news. I don't know. I'm speculating here. But I would imagine they're working their butt off. And that means 160 companies doing 400 million. I'm just a great stock guy. I'm not a businessman. But if I were a businessman, I would start with the companies that do the most revenue. That's what I would do. I'd focus, I guarantee you, the company with the most revenue will take as much time to close as the company with the least. So I'd go with the company with the most revenue. And you know what? I bet it'll take less time to close the company with the most revenue than it takes to close the company with the least. That's been my experience. But I'm not a businessman. I'm just a great stock guy. So I would think, John, that the combined Railtown Newco is going to have a plethora, like popcorn popping. They're going to have so many revenue deals to announce over the next months just from those roll-ups. I don't think the shorts are going to be able to fight that. I think every single one will bring in more buying, more institutional buying, more retail buying. I don't think this thing stops, John, at 4. I think it's worth 4 today. I think it's worth 5 today. I think it's worth 6 today. But we don't have that information, so that's speculation. But if we had the information, I think it's worth that today, and then, or in a week, and then it starts trading higher as it implements its business plan. And then I think it's much higher numbers from there. So this move from 40 cents to $4 or 50 cents to $5 or 60 cents to $6, I don't see that as a trade. I see that as we're able to buy what is a great story at a gigantic discount to its price, its legitimate price, because the shorts got trapped. When it said MOU in the news, their computers started selling. I'm not going to go through why I think that is, but they started selling a lot of stuff, and they're trapped by their own idiocy. But it's not a short story. I really hope the shorts keep selling and don't cover, because I don't want to deal with a squeeze. I really don't. But the other thing is the big buyers can't buy. And yet another thing is stocks are never bought. They're sold. What does that mean? Well, people do not purchase I don't know, Apache stock. They don't purchase it. They call up their wealth advisor, their stockbroker. Well, you know, what should I be doing in my account? And the stockbroker says, well, I really think it's the time to get in. The oil prices are down. There's a lot of concern about the next year for oil, but one of the best companies out there is APA. They have offshore Israel and offshore Egypt, and they're developing to I think, to the east of Egypt. And then they've got their place in the continental United States, and they've got, I can't remember the presentation now, South America and maybe a little bit of, I can't remember it all, but I think it's a great story. But anyway, the broker will tell you that they're selling you the story, and then you buy. Stocks are not bought, they're sold. And right now, the institutional salesmen at Canaccord, the retail salesmen and women at Canaccord cannot sell this story to you. So you're not going to buy it. But once the quiet period's out, they can start selling the story to you. And you'll buy it, and other people will buy it. I think research will come in, and I think the stock should already be $4, not 40 cents. I think it should already be $5, not 50 cents. I think it should already be $6, not 60 cents. I think it should be already $7, not 70 cents. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell out, but hopefully there'll be enough news to share that we can make that decision more confidently as quickly as the deal gets consummated. Now this is, guys, this is painful. COSM has been mentioned on this channel, according to Volstoy King. It's now at 90 cents. Cosmos Health, they got a distribution agreement with Scientific Pharmacy for its Sky Premium Life food supplement in Oman. Well, one thing I know in Oman, there's a lot of demand for Sky Premium Life food supplements in between the bombs from Israel. Easy to borrow. It's on the NASDAQ. Market cap 22 million. I don't see the earnings. Trailing 12 months earnings, they lost $1. Oh, that's so painful. Guys, COSM, the shorts got 3 charm boys to come tell you the story, to stop the squeeze, in my opinion, in Finger and GTII. There was a rally right here as they did it. This is when the Charm Boys came in. I'm sure they got out. I'm sure the CEO made a lot of money. And then the stock just got crushed. They did a reverse split. I don't know if this is the one that did 1 for 500. That might have been CRTD. But they did a huge reverse split. And it got crushed. And now the bloody thing is up. And it's going to meet resistance all through here. If it gets through that, it'll meet resistance there. And if it gets through that, it'll be a nightmare here. But what they're trying to do is have one more dip at the well. And they know you're listening to it. Oh, I can make it. It's a great story. Odds are it sells back off. But if you want to be hot money and you want to listen to whispers from Volstoy King, I don't know where you can follow him. But again, if you do it, go marry the mistress. Because if you get your ding-a-ling-ling wet with the mistress, you're not coming back to the best girl you ever had. You're not coming back because your mind is always going to be on the mistress. And you're going to blow up everything. The marriage, the mistress will leave. And you'll be left holding your ding-a-ling-ling. Oh, my ding-a-ling. Oh, my ding-a-ling. I love to. I can't finish that song. With my ding-a-ling. I do not think you should buy Cosmo, but if you want to get over in that, do what you got to do. So it's now backed by Ethereum. Deal sounds solid. What? Let's find out what the news is. God, this drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Oh, my ding-a-ling, I love to. On my ding-a-ling. The last news story is Cosmos Health expands presence in the $7 billion GCC, I guess that's the Gulf countries, nutraceuticals market, signs distribution agreement. Cosmos Health secures $300 million financing facility to launch Ethereum strategy. Let's see what that is. Cosmos Health entered into a securities purchase agreement with an institutional investor for the issuance of up to $300 million in senior secured convertible promissory notes. Do I have to look those up? Those are going to be toxic, aren't they? Subject to satisfaction or waiver of certain conditions to launch an Ethereum digital assets treasury reserve strategy. Strategic accumulation of Ethereum. If you want to buy Ethereum, why don't you just buy it yourself? You don't have to go through Cosmos. At the BitGo Trust Company. I bet you can go buy it yourself. Oh, this complements Cosmos Health's ongoing digital transformation. Woo! And e-commerce efforts. And they have the potential to explore blockchain use cases. Wow. They have to allocate 72.5% of the net proceeds from each tranche to building its digital asset treasury reserve. Oh my gosh. Sounds solid. Oh boy, sounds solid. We are the charm boys of financial markets. We chase investors to and fro. We are the charm boys of financial markets. We like to take investors' money one day at a time. We do it through our posts on YouTube, and we work with hedge funds to destroy. Cosmos Health was incorporated in 2009 in Nevada and is a diversified, vertically integrated global healthcare group, owner of proprietary pharmaceutical and nutraceutical brands, generics, manufacturer and generator of healthcare products, engaged in research and development of innovative medicines and repurposing drugs, as well as an operator of a telehealth platform. Sounds like they know a lot about Ethereum. If I wanted to build a position in Ethereum, I'd go with a healthcare company. Guys, there's the going concern, but I'm sure Tony Two Wallets won't need to call your attention to that. NASDAQ non-compliance. Oh, the only way out of that is a reverse split. Let's get it up and do a reverse split, and then we'll short it back down. We are the charm boys of the low-price securities markets. We like to steal market caps, one reverse split at a time. We are the charm boys. We tell a good story. People listen to us as their pockets glow. Risk related to our potential use of proceeds in digital assets. We don't know what the F we're doing with digital assets. That's our biggest risk. We're a company that works in generic medicines. Generic, high margin. Oh boy, generic. Nobody else is in that space. They don't give the terms of this financing. It's just so annoying. Let me go back to the... Anyway, I'm sure the financing's toxic. I'm sure it's toxic. I don't have time to look it up. If you want to get involved, these guys are going to run up COSM, so there's something to steal. They're going to engage in a toxic financing, just like they did when they came and stopped the squeeze, which I think was happening in 2 other stocks. Why are they any different now? It's just a fast-talking CEO with a bunch of contracts, generic medicine, and he started with 35 million he took from you. He tried to do it again. Why are you interested again? But hey, COSM has been mentioned. It's worth having eyes on now. Backed by Ethereum deals, sounds solid. So that's Volstoy King's recommendation. Volstoy King. Finger 2000, unfortunately not. Lots of laughs. Big money won't allow it. Well, I think that's, I've tried to show to everybody, which I didn't know until now. I think it's 5 months ago, 6 months ago. My first awareness, there's a lot of it that I was saying for years that I saw, but I didn't know this one thing. I subscribed to the David Morgan monthly letter, and he put out in there that under Bill Clinton, and it probably started with other presidents, but everyone thinks Bill Clinton's a great president. He's the best Republican president we ever had. His administration was able to complete Republican projects from NAFTA to letting China into the World Trade Organization without the same rules, to sharing secrets with China, to all sorts of things. But he wasn't Reagan, so everybody loved him. But one of the things he did is he allowed your brokerage firm to sell you crap instead of stocks. It's called a security entitlement. And they are not ever going to allow a short squeeze to happen. I think Cosmo owes its entire existence now to the fact that GTII and Finger were in the middle of a squeeze, and the system, the big boys, had to get a way out of it. They bribed 2 or 3 people, and it worked. It worked. Oh, you're blaming a dead man. No, it's just what happened. It's just what happened. And a lot of other people died, by the way, by the harm caused by the charm boys and the handful of men that do this scheme. But anyway, if you guys hear something you like, do it. But I really think if you can hold on just a little bit longer in Railtown, your account's going to be 10 times bigger. And then I guess you can go play with the fishes. Justin Babish, so if I'm not going to sell my stock when the price goes up, maybe I will keep purchasing more as it goes up. Yeah, it might be. I tried to go through that. I tried to go through that in the context of adding to your position on margin. I'd be very careful in the early prices because, for example, if you even bought a little bit on margin that you couldn't afford at 550 and it went to 7, but maybe for 2 days it came back to 475, you'd get a margin call and you couldn't cover it and they'd sell some of your stock out. So I don't think it's advisable down at the lower prices, but up maybe $10, $15, you could, on the margin, so to speak, add to your position using margin. It's expensive. But I just wouldn't do it with a lot so that the volatilities, you don't get shaken out. Would I add more money to it? I think I would at the $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 range. I think I would. Would I add more money in it in the teens? Probably. Would I add more money in the 20s? Yeah, maybe. But your biggest bang for the buck is adding money now. And there may be other things to do that give a better rate of return. But Justin, just to pick one of my numbers, if it goes to 550 from here, that's 10x. Or it's actually like 13x from here. But at 550, I strongly believe the stock will be worth $55 next year. Again, there's information. There's a few assumptions about the market, about the multiples, about revenue. We got to fill that in. But to go from $5.50 to $55, that's 10x. There's very few things that I can suggest to you that'll give you 10x in a year's time with a high degree of probability. But again, that's widening our chances of deviation. Let's just focus on this first step that's 10 or 13 or 14x. Let's focus on that. Let's see the news and let's start talking then. But yeah, I think the stock will be valuable to buy even at those prices. Absolutely. I think it's better. Hopefully we get away from the hot money and the putting pieces of paper together companies and really build our value. Volstoy King, Tony De Niro lost my views and educated decision when thinking a reverse split was necessary for AMC. What a joke. Well, my assumption, and he said in one of his posts that he's not a short seller. And maybe, I don't remember saying it that way, but maybe I did, because it's a lot of talking I do. But what I intended to say, and I know what I have said about Tony, is I think he works for the shorts. I think he works with the shorts. I think he gets kickbacks from the shorts. I think some of his income, or a lot of his income, comes from hedge funds and short selling. That's what I think. If he were talking about AMC having a reverse split, it's to help the criminals, I think, or he's just thicker than a brick. And the two are not mutually contradictory. The summer wind comes rolling in from across the sea. It lingers there. It touched your hair. Come walk with me all summer long. We sang a song and walked hand in hand, two lovers. Oh, the summer wind, the autumn wind, the winter wind came rolling by. I don't remember the rest. Anyway, that's great, Autumn. 53,825 is great. All right, here's this bullshit. This is just bullshit, guys. This is just bullshit. This is bullshit. Volkswagen King wants you to know a bumper sticker. I'm not picking on him. I'm picking on the bumper sticker. Profit is profit. Nobody ever went broke taking profit. It's bullshit. Now, if you're a professional trader, if you are a professional trader and you do it all the time, and if you cheat, go ahead. If you have inside information, you're standing with a bunch of guys that have information, take your profit, do it the next time. But if you take a profit too soon and then you go into a stock like G-Bucks at 8 and it's now 60 cents, or GDC at whatever you got in at, 10 or 11, I can't remember how high it went, and it went back under $2, but it's recovering. Or if you took your money and put it in GTII at $5 and now it doesn't trade. Or if you put your money in Logic at 20 cents and now it doesn't trade. Or if you put your money in, so you didn't go broke taking your profit, but you kept playing the game, you then go broke. So this is an incomplete sentence. I don't know how to be more clear. Railtown is not COSM. It is not OPEN. It is not any of these stocks. I don't know much about OPN. Railtown is not hot money. Railtown isn't a stock you get in and, oh, I made a trade, I got a profit. Nobody ever goes broke taking a profit. What bullshit. I mean, it's one of those technically true things, but it's meaningless. It's like George Bush. This is a good farm bill. Our nation's got to eat. If you sell Railtown at $4, you're going to miss out on it going to $40. If you have 40,000 shares of Railtown today, and it closed at, I don't know what the bid was. Let's just call it 47 cents. It's 0.4679, but let's call it 47 cents. So if you have 40,000 shares of Railtown today and it closed at 47 cents, you have $18,800. If I'm correct and it goes to $4.70 when it starts trading, and you listen to Volkswagen King's simplistic bumper sticker, you would have $188,000. And you're not going to go broke taking a profit. Oh, no. I'm Yogi Bear. I'm not going broke. But you're going to sit there stewing in your what ifs and what coulds when 9 months later the stock goes to $47 and your 40,000 shares could have been worth $1,880,000. So you might not have gone broke, but you left $1,692,000 on the table. You're not going to get rich throwing away those kind of opportunities, wasting those kind of opportunities, squandering those once in a generation kind of opportunities, so you can book a profit and you can put on your bumper sticker, profit is profit. Nobody ever went broke taking a profit. Nobody ever became great being mediocre. But then nobody's written that bumper sticker. God, it's insanity. Tolstoy King has given you 2 stories. Now he's telling you just to take a quick profit. You know why? They're going to come after you. They want your money in motion. They want you trading with emotions so they can prop up other stocks, build a position and sell it. That's what Joe Kennedy did 100 years ago. Or they get their kickbacks. If you want to go with the charm boys, go with the charm boys. I don't have much patience for it. Justin, pay attention to daily percentage stocks. Percentages. Stocks just don't keep going up. No shit, Sherlock. Another bumper sticker I'm going to put up there with trying to think of other inane sayings. I have never said that Railtown's going to go straight up. I've never said that, ever. Nothing goes straight up. Nothing. And it's a good thing. If it does go straight up, it comes straight down. So it's a good thing when things go up, pull back, go up, pull back, go up, pull back, because you're moving stock from weak hands to strong hands. In the case of Railtown, you're going to move hands from people that listen to Tolstoy King to institutional funds that bought the stock for 10 years. And he's absolutely right. Nothing goes up day after day after day after day. And nothing gets as old day after day after day as a trite bumper sticker. Stocks just don't keep going up. But let me tell you about Railtown. From 40 cents to $55, it's going to feel like a Mack truck after it runs over your friend's short positions. It'll go, the Mack truck will keep coming, but it might have to shift gears. So it'll pause. There might be a hill and it might actually roll backwards for a while as it shifts down into first gear and climbs back up through the gears to 8. But it's going to keep coming, boy. And it's not going to stop. And Railtown is not a swing trade, a day trade. Hey, this one looks solid. If you want to be hot money and be beguiled by the charm boys, just get ready to lose your money. They need your money to confuse the computers and to have something to steal. That's it. Tolstoy King, let's use the word impress, William, not jealous. We're men, we do not get yellows. Well, I've been jealous in my lifetime. The benefit of being jealous, if you use it constructively, it's a way of acknowledging to yourself something you want. So if you can get through the hot moments of it and realize that it touched something that you'd like to have, well, then you can take actions to go about having that. I've been jealous, a couple of times, but I'm sure it was many, many more times with girls in my lifetime. So I've been jealous there. And I think I've been jealous, or envious, maybe is a better word, in material situations that, it's too complicated to recreate. But I agree with you. It's not useful. I'm not jealous anymore of other people's success or I don't think I ever was. I just think the one thing that I've had difficulty with is unfairness or cheating. But other people's success, good for them, good for them. But I do think things should be fair. And in terms of impressed, yeah, you can be impressed with people. Sure. Justin Babish, can't we measure the squeeze based on the evaluation of the stock and balance it against projected revenue times multiple squeeze breaks 200? Yeah, I think if the stock breaks 200x, depending on what your revenue base is, let's say it broke 200x of 250 million. I think you'd have to start seriously wondering what you're going to do. But we don't know all the information, Justin. I mean, it's possible the Railtown. I mean, I'll give you an example. If Railtown captures 300 million from its existing network partners, and they grow that business rapidly to say, let's say they double it to 600 million over a 2-year period. I'm trying to make a glorious number. And then Conductor, let's say they bring in $50 over a 2-year period. They bring in 50 enterprise contracts worth 10 million a year or more. I think both numbers could happen outside of the AI partners, or maybe some of those contracts come from AI partners, but outside of their revenue. That would be 500 million. So 600 million with 500 million is $1.1 billion. Well, does that get 100 or 200x? Probably not. Depending on when it happens, it could get 50x, depending on how quickly it happens. That'd be a $55 billion company. But what if it gets 25x? That's a $25 billion company. $25 billion company. I don't know how many shares to use. Let's say 200 million. It's a $125 stock. If the revenues and the growth and the addressable market and the first mover advantage and the battle tested and the best in class all become self-evident after the news comes out and we can study it, and we see a path to $125 a share, I mean, it's up to everybody. If it gets to 75, maybe that's where you sell some. I mean, you do have to take money off the table if you need it. You do have to move money if you see a better alternative. It's not COSM. And I think there's reasons to diversify, but we're trying to bring in so many issues we don't know right now. For now, let's stay on the Secretariat or the Morgan horse. Let's not hop onto the donkey yet. But yeah, I think you're right. We can make a decision based on one page. We can look at what do the numbers tell us about the potential addressable market. What is a reasonable target for the company to achieve of that market? How long will it take to get to that level? In other words, what's the rapidity? What's the growth in revenue? And what's the current multiple of valuation of revenue with high growth? And how long of a window do we think we have to achieve that multiple? I mean, those are some of the variables. And then you plug it all in. You come up with the number of shares, which we really don't know right now, and you come up with a per share target. If that number is significantly higher than where a squeeze takes the stock, well, then we have a dilemma. How much risk is in that higher number, and how long do I have to wait versus a bird in the hand? And that, those become difficult decisions. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But yes, I agree with you, Justin. We can make those decisions. And of course, it makes sense. If you feel that pressure, and if you feel that, of course, it makes sense to take some money off the table. My argument about the $4 or $5 or $6 level, not necessarily taking money off the market then, is that I think that's where the stock should be trading today. So the move from 40 or 50 or 60 cents to the first 10x is just getting the stock to where it should be valued today. I think that's a stupid sale. To just do it because, hey, take a profit. You can't go broke taking a profit. Well, if you stay in the game of idiocy, chasing moonbeams, you're going to eventually lose it. I want you to get out of that game. And so to me, you're looking at 10x on this stock, just getting it to where it should be. I think there's another 10 or 15x or maybe 20x in the stock as it implements its plan. But, there's a lot of projection to that, And me just repeating that projection doesn't make it any more real. It just gives a framework that we should be looking out to if the news guides us that way, which I think it will. But I don't think it's smart. I don't think you need to take a profit at the $4, $5, $6, $7 level based on what I know right now, and think I know. If you get 10 or 15x from that level, I think it's a different story. Because once let's just pick a number. Let's say the stock goes from $5.50 to $55. At that point, I just gave you a number of 125. Let's say that estimate is low. let's say the stock could go to $165, 3x from 55. Well, that becomes a little bit different story. Well, if it's at 55 and it could go to 165, in other words, 3x, what's my risk? What's my tax consequences? What's the time frame? Could it go higher? Is there an alternative that you feel more strongly about? Not COSM, but something comes along like, I don't know, a chance to buy Chevron. It's already too late, but a chance to buy Chevron when nobody's looking, or a chance to buy I haven't studied it enough, but a chance to buy Hecla Mining while it's still in the dumps, or a chance to buy I'm having a hard time finding an alternative right now, but there may come a chance to buy a mining share or an oil and gas share or a consumer shares, but you don't have to go down in the crap stocks anymore. But you might find a 5x or a 10x there. I can't think of any. Railtown could be the place to stay. But remember, Justin, Railtown might also be a stock that you don't have to, this might be a stock that Platinum Blonde could buy and never think about again. Bless her heart. You could buy this, it goes to 55, and you start hearing stories, and you could find out one day that Microsoft makes an offer for the company at $175. I'm making it up. Well, then, would you sell Microsoft stock just because you got it and the stock jumped to 175 and you say, hey, nobody ever goes broke taking a profit? Or would you say, hey, I want to keep Microsoft stock? I don't know. It's an open question. It's an open question. But I tell you what, Justin, if the stock went from 55 to 175 because Microsoft bought it, you got your entire equity increase without paying taxes. So I'm not an accountant, but if you sold some of your stock and somehow were able to buy another stock that replicated that move, you'd have to pay capital gains, short or long term, on the stock you sold. And then you're in a new stock, which may or may not do that. There may be, Justin, that you're out thinking this. I don't know yet. I know where I think it's going to go. I think Microsoft is going to buy the company. That's my favorite. But you know who else could buy the company? Constellation Software. You know who else could buy the company? AMD. You know who else could buy the company? SoftBank. You know who else could buy the company? NVIDIA. Do you know who they're partnered with? NVIDIA, AMD, and Microsoft. Do you know who the founders of the half of this company is? The original investors in Constellation Software. You may not have to outthink this. Guys, you're used to this hot money. Some of my best portfolio performances were when I just left the account alone. But anyway, let's talk about it as it goes. You're absolutely right. We can do that. We absolutely can do that. Better to keep it and hope for a forward split and return highs with growth. That's possible too. My very strong gut instinct and my considered opinion, and yes, I'm not thinking like an attorney where everything's entered into evidence first. I'm actually considering signals like body language, like past behavior, like my experiences, like what stock markets are like, what are trends in these hot areas where wealth is created. I believe Railtown will be sold. I don't think Railtown will exist as a standalone company 3 years from now. It could. And it could be a unicorn. And it could become the next NVIDIA. But I think it's going to be sold. I'm ready to change my opinion on that. And the number I came up with, David Hensley, one weekend, I just kept playing on a yellow pad of paper over and over and over again. I do not know. But I kept coming up with numbers like 275, 300, 325, 350 a share. Is it insanity? It sounds insane right now. But if I had to pick a target, I think they'll sell Railtown for $275 within the next 3 years. But it's insane to make that prediction. I have no I don't have enough information, but I think it'll be sold for that much. And so there's a hell of a lot of upside left in Railtown. And I don't know why you would follow a trite, hackneyed expression that nobody ever lost money taking a profit. Well, nobody ever got great taking a walk. They got on base. You get great swinging when the bases are loaded, and you, as a girlfriend used to call it, you hit the ball into the audience. All right. Volstoy King Justin, the verbiage squeeze alone is a retail thing. Not only does the company not like squeezes, it harms both company and market if squeeze happen. You're just either a part of it or not. I don't like, just talking about Railtown, I hope to hell it doesn't squeeze. I don't want to see it. The other stocks, I don't think these arguments apply. But if Railtown were to squeeze, let's say to $75, and everybody got out, that'd be pretty good, actually. That one I'd have to say is a push right now. But what if it did go another, I don't know, 4x? I don't know. That would be a push. That would be very hard. If it squeezed to 75, 100, $125, you'd have to pay your capital gains short term, and you wouldn't be able to get your position back. So when I say it's a push, it is a push, because at $75, if the stock over the next year pick my number. It went to 275 in a buyout. That's significant. And you don't have to pay taxes on that. You just delay your taxes into Microsoft. I don't know. That's wealth creation. That's a solid account. That's becoming somebody that can walk into the bar in your F me pumps. You walk in the bar just like a star, wearing your F me pumps. The men notice you and your Gucci bag crew. And your, I can't remember, something else. And your purse is better than hers. You're just like the news. You spent the night getting pressed. You don't like ballers. At least that's what you said. You just like, I can't remember, millionaires. That was such a great song. Your Gucci bag crew. Do I have to sign in? Damn it, I don't want to sign in. When you walk in the bar, you're dressed like a star, rocking your F me pumps. And the men notice you with your Gucci bag crew. Can't tell who he's looking to. That's great, because you all look the same. Everyone knows your name, and that's your whole claim to fame. She's great. Never miss a night, because your dream in life is to be a footballer's wife. You don't like players, that's what you say, but you really wouldn't mind a millionaire. You don't like ballers, they don't do nothing for you, but you'd love to have a rich man, 6'2" or taller. You're more than a fan, looking for a man, but you end up with one night stands. He could be your whole life if you got past one night, but that part never goes right. In the morning you're vexed, he's on to the next, and you don't even get no text. Don't be too upset if they call you a skank, 'cause like the news, every day you get pressed. You don't like players, that's what you say, but you really wouldn't mind a millionaire. Or them big ballers don't do nothing for you, but you'd love a rich man, 6'2" or taller. I love this one. You can't sit down right because your jeans are too tight, and you're lucky it's ladies' night with your big empty purse Every week it gets worse, and at least your breasts cost more than hers. So you did Miami because you got there for free, but somehow you missed the plane. You did too much met somebody, and spent the night getting, they don't put it here, but I think it's getting caned. Without girls like you, there'd be no fun. We'd go to the club and not see anyone. Without girls like you, there's no nightlife. All those men just go home to their wives. Don't be mad at me because you're pushing 30 and your old tricks no longer work. You should have known from the jump that you'd always get dumped. So dust off your F me punks. I think she was a genius. But I agree. I hope Railtown doesn't squeeze. If it's squeezed to, let's say, $22 and someone sold and tried to do a swing trade, as you call it, and came back in or tried to come back in at $11, they may not be able to get their position back. Why? Because institutions will be there buying at 22, at 25, 20, 18, 15. They don't care because they're looking for the long term. I don't want to sell until 2 years at least. Well, I think that's fine. On the other hand, we can't be completely blind to risk or changing or vicissitudes in the market. We can't be not aware of risk either. So I think it's a good game plan to hold on for 2 years or 3 years. I think that should be the target. But we have to be ever vigilant. That's all I'm saying. If you do hold this stock, Justin, for 2 or 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, it can be a core holding. Let's say you follow Volstoy King's advice and say, hey, a profit's a profit, and you get out at $4 or $5 and you have 200 grand. What are you going to do with 200 grand? So it's a lot of money. It's a profit. But what if instead you held on, and let's just make it up, Microsoft buys it for $200 a share. Well, I don't know how many shares you have, but you might have, I don't know, $10 million at that point. I'm making it up, in your account in Microsoft stock. That's going to go up and down. It's going to be volatile. There could be a crash. Do you think Microsoft will go out of business? I don't know all those things right now. RCA was a dream stock, and then it barely exists. It barely existed, except in memories. So, but the point is, if you have a $10 million stock account that you haven't traded out of, you haven't burdened with taxes, you can start doing things with it. You can sell calls against it and bring in some income, buy puts. You could even do small trades, careful trades on margin, maybe, that give you some profits, or you just hold it. You might have enough. You might have enough. So Railtown is a stock that, if you have a 2 or 3 year time frame, really could be the one that takes your account out of the red into the green. Yes, but it also takes your account into the status of significance. And I don't know why you want to mess, not you, anyone would want to mess with that. We've got a lot to learn still. a lot to learn still. And I don't know if NVIDIA bought Railtown, but NVIDIA is trading at huge multiples. I don't know, but we'll get there. We're not there yet, Justin. We're not there yet. No measurement can be used. Warren Buffett bought Railtown. No, I said that as, God, serenity now, serenity now, serenity now. Justin, as the stock price goes up, I believe that Railtown will accept financing. I do not think that Railtown will take money just for the sake of taking money. They don't need to. They're not going to take money from Lynn Partners. They're not going to take money from the Toad. They're not going to take money from Yorkville Advisors. They are not going to just take money. They don't need it, and it's not sensible. It's risky. What I was saying, what I anticipate, if Railtown's as good as all the public information indicates, and if AI 2.0 is as hot and wealth creating as all the evidence I've presented to you, I think family offices, institutional investors, venture capital firms, private equity will come to Railtown and say, we'd like to invest in you. I think major companies like Microsoft, like NVIDIA, like Tesla will come to Railtown and say, we'd like to invest in you. My guess is at these levels, Railtown's going to say, you know, don't let the door hit you. But it's always open. We're always willing to talk, but that's not at these prices. But Justin, what I was saying, and I don't know any names. Maybe you do. I know two names other than Bill Gates or Larry Ellison. I know three names: Elon Musk, this guy Andreessen, and Warren Buffett. I don't know any of these other names. I can't make them up in my head. But what I was suggesting, Justin, was that I think the company would, it depends on price. Everything comes down to price. But if there's a guy or a fund or a family office that brings more to Railtown than money, i.e., their name carries panache and brings additional investors, brings additional deal flow, brings the television cameras. I think they'll do a strategic deal. And I use the name Warren Buffett because everybody knows Warren Buffett. No, I don't think Warren Buffett invested in Railtown. I don't think Warren Buffett will invest in Railtown. I think Railtown's way too small for Warren Buffett to look at. But it was conceptual. Who wouldn't be excited as a company to have a guy with a name like Warren Buffett come in as investor? That's all I was saying. I don't know the names in the technology space, Justin. I just don't know them. Who runs SoftBank? I don't even know that. But whoever that guy is, or girl, it might be a girl, whoever that girl is. If she came in and bought Railtown, that would set it off. I just don't know the name. So I threw out Warren Buffett. But no, Warren Buffett didn't buy into Railtown, and I don't think he ever will. Volstoy King, AI is a hot market. GameStop needs to come into the space already. That's actually, how could they come in? They could make the consoles for the developers to use AI, or they could make a console with an AI pilot in it already. But it's all in the cloud anyway. I don't know. I don't know how GameStop gets into AI in any useful angle, but there might be a way. Creating I'm not smart enough to think of one, but you're right. It'd be a good place to be. I wouldn't suggest a position right now. Open Door is a housing app similar to Redfin. What separates it is AI. I think Open Door might be great once prices are a lot lower. I don't know, Volstoy King. I think real estate, I mean, my house did exactly what I planned on it doing. It's just I didn't get to benefit from it. It did exactly what I thought. But that was a time, that was a different time. I think real estate, I think houses are going to be houses, not investments from now on. But they could be an investment. The good thing about owning a home is you can always borrow against it because bankers have no imagination. They understand homes. Houses are becoming collateral for Wall Street. They're buying up everything, but they can also dump everything too. But my biggest fear with real estate, I think a lot of people bought recently and may tire of it and want to sell. I think the baby boomers own more than one home and didn't sell because they see it as wealth. They might get disappointed as the selling comes in at some point, and there might be selling on top of selling. But my biggest concern about real estate, well, there's two, is in the next investment cycle. I think interest rates are going down now, but after about 18 months, anyway, whenever the Fed has to print $100 trillion alongside the rest of the world central banks to bail out the economy and to recover from what comes, maybe it's war, maybe it's depression, maybe it's both. As you age into white hair like me, I think interest rates are going to go back over 20%, back over 25%. And I remember I was my first mortgage was 13 and 5/8, I think. And I got a teaser rate at 11 and an eighth, I think, for the first, I don't know, 6 months. And then it jumped and it was variable rate. I think it was 14 and 7/8, I think. And then it could go up to a maximum. I think, I don't remember, I don't have it anymore. But I think it could go up to a maximum of 21%. Swell. Well, real estate didn't go up in that environment. As soon as rates started going down, I wish I had hung on to that apartment. You know, it's probably worth, hard to believe, but 300,000 or 400,000 now, and I think I sold it for 90,000 or 94,000. It might be worth a lot more than that. It was very close to town, but I think it's the idea of real estate for all the brainiacs, the men and women who think they're smart in real estate. I don't see it. I don't see another cycle like we just had. I just don't see it. Doesn't mean money can't be made, but I think that's yesterday's party. And I'm frustrated that I didn't get what I had worked for, but you know, such is life. The other thing I'm worried about is, and the United States might be somewhat exempt because Biden flew in people from every continent. We absorbed 21 million people over the last 4 years. And they're all different people. It's not just from Mexico. They come from Africa, China, you know, everywhere. If they stay and they somehow cohere and we have a country that works well, we may not suffer as much as the rest of the world, but our population is probably going to decline starting in the 2030s, 2040s. Women just aren't having children. It's just educated women, even undereducated women. They're just not having children. And I think traditional cultures like the Hispanic Catholic culture, they are. I think countries from around the world that come in, with people that come in, I think they're having children because that's their family. But I think women in the United States are being encouraged and are choosing to pursue their doctorates and do things better than men because women are better than men and the women can have it all. And anyway, they get to 40 and they can have one child, which is good. And lucky for them, they can have children. When men get to 40, it's not as easy all the time, but maybe they can have children too. My point is, without population growth, there's a lot of homes that have been built that will not be rebought. There's a lot of homes that the baby boomers have hung on to that when they come on the market will not fetch the prices that are currently offered. There's a lot of pretend and extend in the developer market going on now and in the flip market going on right now. In my area, a lot of women, single women, are buying houses because they have White women in particular have no unemployment if they went to college or further. Here. Well, they're buying homes. Are they going to keep buying homes, or are they the last people in the pool? I don't know. But I think the real estate market is headed for a fall. And I don't know how to play that. I really don't know how to play that. There was a house in my neighborhood here available for under $5 million. Fantastic. It had 6 rental units. It was on its own ground, and it's beautiful, multi-level, in pristine shape. Just fantastic. $5 million, 4.85 or something. If it were in Georgetown, it'd be $15 million. This house that I'm in now, the guy wants $1.8 million for. It's only 6 months later for this shit. If this house gets $1.8 million, that house now is worth $8 or $9 million. But I couldn't find anybody interested in it. So there are pockets where real estate will go up. There's no question about that. This is right near a university. It's right in Washington, D.C., which people are going to move into. I don't know. I don't find Open Door a compelling story just because it has AI. But I agree, rate could be 25%. Oh, the rate cut. Maybe 50, you mean 50 basis, 0.5%. But it's not looking so. Maybe another month. Yeah, they've already said there might be 4 cuts this year, and it might be 1 to 1.5%. I think there's part of the Fed that argues they shouldn't start it yet. But I really think the Fed is irrelevant to what's coming. But to the extent a whole generation of people, 2 generations, 3 generations of people think the Fed has powers it doesn't, which is it can control interest rates. It cannot. But as long as everyone believes it can, well, it has the power of the pulpit. Where the Fed and the Treasury do have power over interest rates, which they did in Japan, is if they start buying everything. That's not at the discount window. That's just buying all the bonds out there. If they start doing that, then you can see rates come down. And I think that'll happen, at least temporarily. Volstoy King, Cosmo, highly risky. Yeah, it's been reversed. CEO has been called a con. Ethereum can bring it back up to life, backed in the blockchain, 30 million invested. Okay. I don't know the CEO at COSM. I don't know if he's a con or not. I think he's opportunistic, and why wouldn't he be? He was offered a chance to take 35 million out of the market if he helped whoever it was do what they were trying to do with these other stocks. And he got 35 million or 33 million. I mean, I think he also probably personally profited in offshore accounts. But then Wall Street turned on him too. They destroyed his stock. They just destroyed it. So if he thought he had a friend, he found out quickly that they took advantage of him as well. So I'm not sure he was a con. He might have been a useful tool, a cog in the machine that is this strategy of these criminals. It may not be that he was a con or the other two guys. I just think the system has ways and strategies to destroy these companies, and they do it. That's all. Backed in the blockchain, 30 million invested. So he put 30 million in blockchain. Maybe there's a new strategy that private equity or these funds are willing to lend a certain amount of money. If you need 25% of the money they lend 100%. You need 25%. They lend you 100% as long as you put 75% in Ethereum or Bitcoin or blockchain. But then you've got to get a return on the 75%. Somehow everyone thinks it's all going up. Maybe it will. I've had smart people tell me it will. So you need a return on that 75%. But on the 25% that you're going to invest to perform, you're going to have to cover interest on borrowings, not for the 25% you borrowed, but the 100% you borrowed. Because Bitcoin doesn't pay a dividend, or Ethereum. I don't know. I think the bank or the hedge fund will end up with the Ethereum back in their pocket and the money back in their pocket. They're too clever by half. I don't think there's any. I don't know. I'd have to read the document. It's going to be too complex to do quickly. But I think there's no reason to get back involved in COSM while Railtown's still available at these giveaway prices, in my opinion. But anyway. Oh, there's Cindy Lou Who. How are you, Cindy Lou Who? Just watched a not legal video. Seems Frank B was on the board of directors at the time of the squeeze. Frank was pushing Cosmo and looking for investors. Lou said he didn't trust. It might be two different Frank Benedettos, but if Lou said he didn't trust him, I believe Lou. Like I've said for Lou, I think Lou was trying to teach people and had all of you all that were involved with him. I really think he had your interests at heart, and he had a big heart. If he ever got paid for anything, personally, I'm fine with it. I don't think Lou ever was part of a con job. That's me. But I mean that he was doing it on purpose. I think he may have been used by some of these guys. And I think whoever the banker was COSM might have used Lou. But I do think Frank knows what he's doing. And knows the harm he causes. I do believe that. I'm not sure that Lou ever intentionally meant to hurt anybody. And I don't think it's the fault of the individual players, because I think it's the system is just set up to steal the entire market caps of these stocks. And it takes various players. It takes the the Kramers and the Eastons. It takes the hedge funds. It takes the regulators. It takes the prime brokers. It takes the attorneys checking boxes and writing letters. And then it takes the promoters, the IR people. And they're all part of it. And then it takes the computers too. It takes the sell side AI computers. And if you can bribe a trading desk to turn the computer into a buy side, it takes that as well. And then it takes the whale. It takes a lot of players. But ultimately, a group of probably 25 to 50 people have figured out how to steal trillions of dollars from the market, trillions. And they do it with people that know what's happening or know what part of it's happening, but they keep doing it anyway because they don't have any skills otherwise, and they can't pay their mortgage or take care of their family otherwise. And then there's guys like Lou, who I actually think had a lot to teach. I think he was teaching how to manage money, how to trade, how to look around the corner a bit. And I think Lou had some information too, had some, I don't know if I'd call it deal flow, but I would say when you're in a Wall Street firm, you hear a lot of things and you see where the energy is going and you see who's doing what. And that gives you information. When you're just one guy by yourself, you don't have all that. And I think Lou still had a lot of access to that information flow. And I think he was sharing it. I think that one stock, what stock, I still have it myself, that healthcare stock that he had, I can't remember, it was a penny or something. And it started trading up and it was pretty exciting. And some people made money. If you had listened to him early and then just resisted the excitement, you could have doubled your money or tripled your money. I forget, I paid a penny or maybe 2 pennies even, a penny and a half. I can't remember. But I didn't sell, of course, and now there's no bid and there's no way out. But I was reading, I didn't know it at the time, but there's guys that pay people to bring in investors in that situation. I don't think Lou was part of it. He might have gotten paid, I don't know. But I don't blame him for that. I don't think he was part of it. But there's these, I don't know what to call them, these guys that have those kind of stocks. Maybe it's the market makers, maybe it's just guys owning the shares, but there are no real market makers anymore. But anyway, what I learned about it, and I'm ever alert for it now, is those stocks which are which are trapped, they're kind of in seller boxed like that one was. If a group of guys, and I really mean it, I'm not saying Lou did this. I'm saying these market makers, I'm sure the market makers did. But if these guys can take a no bid to a half a penny bid stock up to 0 bid 1 penny bid offer, and then they can get that volume trading and they can get it to a penny bid 2 cents offer, and I think it went to 4 cents. And there's volume, the multiples are incredible. That day trader, and again, I'm not saying it was Lou, I'm saying it's the market maker. That market maker can make 100%, 200%, 300% a trade a day on this, on high volume. They're just printing money. They're making, the market maker I'm talking about, not Lou, I'm talking about the market maker. They can make gigantic amounts of money. And it's all because we're in there doing it. And I'd have to try to, I think it was on Reddit or it was an article about it. I'll have to try to find a similar article again to read it out. But it was one of those aha moments. In other words, if you're able to buy stock for next to zero and sell it at a penny, that's a gigantic return, particularly if you don't have to put up any money because you're a so-called market maker. And then if you can do it over many weeks, back and forth, a penny to 2 penny, half a penny to 3 penny, you know, do it over. And you're doing it with very little money put up. It's almost infinite returns you're making. I really learned a lot about that, but I never got out of the stock. And again, Cindy, I really don't think Lou was part of that. I just think I think he made money for some people in that. I wish I remember the name of it. I think some people made money, and I think he was teaching people how to make money. And I think he said, take some off and then try to make more. And, you know, I think he was very clear it was speculative and it was just for fun. But I'm trying to remember where I read this. But the concept that a market maker could make almost infinite returns with these seller box stocks was just, it's like, wow. So they can bring any stock down to seller boxed and they can still make money. It's just incredible to me. It's a very corrupt market down in the over-the-counter stocks. And that's why, you know, Trump took over Union Station. I think he should take over the over-the-counter markets and just simply enforce the rules. And I think it would boom. I think it would boom. But Mounded, he didn't trust GTI management. Yeah, exactly. Got into GTI for COSM. You blame Lou, but Frank B was in it. Yeah. No, I don't blame Lou for. I don't blame Lou. I use Lou because he was the actor, and so was Frank, and so was this other guy, the CEO. But I don't really blame Lou. I use it as an example because I don't think people should be trading these stocks. I think they should get away from them because I think the system always has an answer to stop, you know, the squeeze. I think the system always has a way to interrupt it. In this case, it was to bring in the CEO from COSM. But I really, who would I blame there? I think Frank Benedetto knew what he was doing. I think the Greek CEO, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. But then, you know what? Karma came and got him. I think Lou smelled a rat at GTII, and I was still listening to direct information, and I didn't really know the character of the CEO of GTII at that time. But I think Lou was really perceptive that the CEO at GTII was a disaster. And you've got to give Lou credit for that. So much like later on, I started suggesting to people, I think 6 months to a year later, I started suggesting to people that they should get out of GTII in the form of a tax loss sale or go over. I did it at that point because, and I said it live, but I wasn't as hammering it the way I am with Railtown. I thought there was a lot of palace intrigue, and I thought that the guy, the CEO, was taking control of the company and not letting this gentleman who I know giving advice implement the strategies which would work, and I think had worked. I didn't trust it anymore. I thought the CEO was just going to screw it up. Well, it turns out the CEO probably was a crook, according to the filings. And I think Lou picked up on that. So you got to give him credit for that. I think, just like myself, I think Lou told people, you know, why not get out of GTII? You can always come in later. I think it's because he sensed something wrong with the CEO. And it was almost at the time that the CEO was trying to take control, and he stopped kind of listening to the advice. I didn't know. I wasn't privy to all that. The problem is, Cindy, I don't know if GTII would have continued squeezing. I just don't know. My frustration was everything was lined up, and same with Finger, that it really looked like it was going to take off, and all you needed was that extra push. But you know what? Is that delusion? Is that believing your own story? Or is that real analysis? And there's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. I would have liked to seen what happened. I really would have. But I think Lou knew something about, what's the guy's name? Reichman. And I think he picked up on something, which I didn't know back then. And since then, I've heard a lot about Reichman, and I've met with guys who spent a lot of time with Reichman. And he's a no good Nick, from what I hear. I'd go so far as to ask whether or not Reichman was in bed with the Kramers. So anyway, I think Lou picked up on that, Cindy Lou. So I can't blame him for that. He was doing what he felt was the right thing. I didn't like COSM, and I got frustrated with that. But you know what? I bought some, and then I sold it. I think there's a world up there where there's a group of guys who do different roles, but they've got a pretty good gig going on, pumping up a stock. Then the so-called banker, the Kramers, come in. They do a loan. There's volume, and then there's either hedge funds or investors, and they get their money back. They get huge returns. The shorting begins, and there's kickbacks to some people, and there might be shares given, and they can sell out, or you can build a position and then sell out. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't. I really don't. I want to sleep at night. And I think people get used. Retail gets used. I don't know if Lou was given stock in COSM, but I think he bought some, 14 cents, 18 cents, but so did a lot of people. I didn't. And I think some people, maybe Lou, sold it when it was up. And, you can't argue against that. I've been pointing out to people that as the pump and dumpers, you know, the charm boys and the computers and the criminals drive up the stock, the best, if you want to play these stocks, if you hear about them early, the best way to do it is get in early, and then as it goes up, just sell. As it's up, going up, sell. Let the rest of the ride go. And if you do that over and over again, you're going to make money. Stop believing in the squeeze. Stop believing in the big high numbers, and let other people make money on that. But you gotta shut your heart and your brain down. Let's use COSM. If you bought it at 18 cents and you sold it at 68, that's fantastic. But what if it had squeezed and gone to $6 or some number? Well, you got to just block that out. You say, you know what? I made money on it. I'll go with the next one. As it turns out, though, with COSM, as I suspected, it was all a setup I think by the criminals, not by Lou. I think by the criminals. And I think the bribe was to tell the CEO, you know what, if you help us with this, we'll get 30 million to you. So anyway, in that case, it was great to get out at 68 cents. So that's an example of, if you use the discipline, as soon as you hear the story and you know 1,000 people on Twitter are going to invest, get in early and sell against the crowd. I guess you're not part of the pump, but you're dumping, I guess. But there'll be times when it runs. It's hard to do, Cindy. It's very hard to do. It's very hard to fight the emotions, very hard to not hang on. It's just very hard. So it's a bit of a game that's tough to play. But no, Cindy, I think Lou really tried to do a lot of good for people, and I think he did. And I also don't think anyone deserves to die that young. I really don't. I don't blame him. I think the system is rigged. And if that strategy hadn't worked, they would have come up with a different strategy. And at the end of the day, with GTII specifically, I think that was the only time it could have squeezed, if it really was squeezing. That was the only time it could have happened. Because I think Alpine and the people backing Alpine would have used other strategies to destroy it. Now I don't think there's any hope. I know people think there's going to be some sort of great squeeze in that shell company. I don't believe it. I think the criminals won in GTII, and I don't think Lou was a criminal. I simply do not believe he was a criminal. And there's a couple other people involved in it that I don't think were criminal. But I have to say, I don't know who to trust anymore. I really don't. So it's a game just to get it's a mugs game, literally. You're going to get mugged. It is a mugs game. Step away from it. And I think Railtown's the way to do it. There's plenty of stocks to make money in. They're already happening in the mining space, in the AI space. Not so much in oil and gas yet, but the deals are starting to disappear because of bloody private equity. But you got to play as we go. Anyways, Cindy, I'm sorry for the long answer. if you've ever listened to me before, I can get worked up, and I tend to use names and events more than theory, because that's how stories are learned. You can learn a story with names, events, and pictures better than you can learn the story of, well, if the market maker sells stock to the CEO of a company that only has a few contracts, but they're ready to go, and the guy's from Greece. It doesn't stick in anybody's head. If you use names, it sticks. But I think your criticism of me, by the way, Cindy Lou Who, was correct, in the sense that I think I was hard and worked up sometimes when I used the names of these three guys. Many times. So I think I accept your criticism, and I know it was well-meaning. And it takes me a while to process things, but I did not, and I do not intend to blame Lou for what happened, because number one, I'm not sure it ever would have squeezed. It might have all been a dream anyway. Number two, I think the system would have come up with something else. And number three, I'm not sure that Reichman wasn't in on it all along. His deal might have been, hey, go along with us, take some things out, we'll make sure the stock goes down to nothing, and we've got an attorney, and he knows a receiver, we'll make sure that this disappears. And once you get stock, once you get a payout, there's nobody, and I mean nobody, that has enough money to compel you to give it up. So that might have been, I don't know, Cindy. It's just a space of investing and trading that, because there's no oversight, no regulation, there's just abuse. And who gets abused? Retail. And maybe Lou got abused too. Lou may have gotten abused. I don't think Frank Benedetto was abused. I think he knows what he's doing. But anyway, people trust his ideas and judgment, and I can't, as I was told once, he's got a family to look after. All right. Well, I think, Cindy, you have a family to look after. I'd rather be on your side than on the scam that the whole collection of them run against you. But anyway, let's move on, because I'm rambling and I'm getting tired. I think I ate today. Did I eat today? Yeah, I did. I had some lunch, but I'm still getting tired. COSM up 18% on the day. Keep an eye on it. Don't invest the house. I wouldn't invest anything in it. Don't get distracted on it. My opinion right now, for the money that you're going to put into COSM, it should be in Railtown. For the money that you're going to put into any high-risk junk, manipulated stock, any Benedetto Beauty, Borders, Bomb, or Ham Hype, any of them, right now, it should be in Railtown. Now, later on, maybe there's some stories there that you want to trade the way I just suggested, which is you get in when Ham recommends it, and as it starts going up, the story's going to get bigger and bigger and beautifuler, if that's a word. Let somebody else have that dream. Just get out. Like, I don't know, G-Bucks went from 75 cents to, I think, 12, but let's say $8, $9. but people were thinking of 150. Well, just take the 10x. That's fantastic. Just take it. And then you become a professional trader, my son, my daughter, anyway. I wouldn't buy COSM. If you want to keep an eye on it, keep an eye on it, but I wouldn't buy it. Hey, so now what? Tolstoy King. Once I sell out of position, I don't look back. Very good lesson to learn. But I'm telling you guys, if you want to be a day trader like Tolstoy King, if you want to be hot money like Tolstoy, if you want to follow story after story, chart after chart, keep informed, listen to this and that, and move, boom, boom. Well, you got to spend a lot of time at it. And you've got to have that mentality. You've got to have the network and the computers and all that. In order for you to make what I think you're going to make in Railtown, which let's just use a number. I think you're going to make 100x in Railtown. It could be more than that, but I think you're going to make 100x. If you just buy it and go play poker. What's that card game? Pinochle, whatever. Well, to make 100x on your money the way Tolstoy King does, his idea is you just move from deal to deal. You always are gonna you cut your losses quickly. You let it run. You get out. You go in. You never look back. Boom, 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 boom. To do that, it takes such commitment. If you start with 10 grand to make 100 times your money, you probably need leverage. You probably need to be working on a trading desk. You know, you can buy your way, you can join these things where the principal trains you somewhat, and then they give you money. They say you can invest $500,000, but you're not like that. So let's say you start with 10 grand and your goal is to turn it into $1 million. If you're going to do it the way Tolstoy King wants you to do it, keep an eye on it. Here's a trade. This one looks good. You're going to lose your money. Tolstoy King probably doesn't bet at all on one, but maybe he does. He probably is in and out. He probably uses the leverage of house money, you know, being in a group. He may have been trained now, and he's at such a point that his book is 3 million, but his goal is to get somebody to drive the stock up a bit. He probably is on the short side. He says he's not. I don't know. All I know is he can spend a lot of time on it. You can't. But to get 10 grand to go to $1 million, trading, day trading, swing trading, buying into COSM, selling it, not looking back, and then going to the next stock, buying it, hopefully it's up, selling it, not looking back. That is the end of a bull market bullshit. It might last for another 6 months. Number one, you're not going to do it. You're not going to know how to do it. You could do 10 trades in a row correctly, and then that MMTLP stops you. Or then that vocal stops you. Or then that MMAT, and you lose it all, and you go back to zero. Or you go back to 10 grand. You don't have the stomach for the fight. You don't have the skills for. I'm not talking about Tolstoy. I'm talking about the rest. If you put 10 grand tomorrow into Railtown, you can buy, I don't know, at 48 cents, let's say, 20,000 shares. Let's say 21,000 shares. Let's say you buy slightly more, or you buy it at 46 cents. Let's just say 21,000 shares tomorrow of Railtown. I believe you'll have that 21,000 shares in 9 months to 18 months at $55. I think you'll have $1,155 in stock. I think you're crazy to chase butterflies and fireflies and idiotic dreams like Tolstoy wants you to do. I think Tolstoy is tied in, and he probably has a source and friends, and he may be leveraged up and whatever. Let him do it. Don't you try to copy Tolstoy. People that give you advice, which I guess I'm doing, have their own methodologies, and it comes from that angle. You cannot make money the way Tolstoy King is making money. You can't do it. With Railtown, you put $10,000 in tomorrow, I think you'll have $1 million within 9 to 18 months in your account. And even at that point, I don't think you should sell it. I think if you held it for another, maybe another 9 months or so, there's a very good chance that the company's going to be sold to a big boy, and it might give you 4 or 5 million in total in Microsoft stock. Why would you chase the fantasy that Tolstoy King is offering you? I don't know why. He's good at it. I'm not taking that away from him, but I just don't think, you need years of trading. You need a network. You need to be a young man. You need to want to do it all the time. I have no interest in sitting in front of a computer other than looking at my own face and talking to you for hours on a day. But I have no interest in, it's just insanity. Picking off. It's like there's some guys in real estate, they don't understand why house flippers, and why you come and buy a house, renovate it, and flip it. Why not buy it, renovate it, and hold it? It's two different philosophies. Because if you'd done that 20 years ago with 10 houses, you wouldn't even be listening to me right now. But if you flip them quickly, that money you already spent. It's already gone. It's dissipated. Tolstoy King's methodology, you make a quick trade, you got to pay taxes on it. I'm telling you, in my example, 10 grand tomorrow in Railtown, you hold it until it goes to, I don't know, 55 next year, and you don't sell. Your account's now worth $1.15 million and you don't sell. And let's say NVIDIA comes along and offers stock for the company at a value of I don't know, 170, 175, 3 times that. So then you have 3.5 million of NVIDIA stock. You haven't paid any taxes on that. Tolstoy King's way, you got to not only make 100 trades in a row correctly. I mean, mostly, some could go backwards. But you've got to pay your taxes. I'm telling you guys, it's a mug's game. It's good for Tolstoy King. It keeps his blood pumping. But if it's so great, he wouldn't have to come on and ask you to do it with him. But I think he's sincere. The point is, if you put 10 grand in Railtown tomorrow, the only part that I feel 98% confident about is as soon as the prior, what's the word? Private period? What's the word? Anyway, the period of time they can't talk about anything is over with. I think the stock gives you 10 to 15x. I'm very confident in that. The second thing I'm confident in on Railtown is after the stock is 10 or 15x higher than here, you don't need to sell it. I think that's where the implementation of the business plan takes hold and catches fire. And I'm highly confident as well that over a 9-month to, let's say, 24-month period, that the stock will go to $55. So I think 10 grand tomorrow goes to 100 grand very quickly. And if you don't sell it, I think over the next year or the following year, but I bet next year, you've got $1 million. And you don't sell that. You don't sell that. You don't pay any taxes. You don't chase dreams. I think over the next year, very good odds that SoftBank, I'm making up a different name, or Constellation Software comes in and buys the company for stock. I don't think it'll be 10x from then. I think it'd be 3 to 6x from there. So I think there's a chance that within 24 months, you could have, let's say, Constellation Software stock, and you could have a $4 million account without having paid any taxes, without having to worry about every trade you're doing, without having to worry about the stock going up and coming straight back down. I mean, I don't see the choice. I really don't. Now, as the story gets more months out and higher price targets, I think the range of deviation of results gets much greater. So let's take it a step at a time. But I think you can turn 10 grand into $5 million. I think you can turn 10 grand into $5 million within 2 years or so. The key variables will be revenue growth, which we will learn about, multiples, and multiples remaining strong, and the market and the AI 2.0 market remaining quote unquote hot enough that a Microsoft or a NVIDIA or a whatever, SoftBank buys out the whole company. Now, if I give you a target from 10 grand to 1 million next year, and then in a buyout, it could be 5 million, you've got to know there's a lot of variability. And you've got to know if it gets bought out for 2.5 million, you can't get pissed off it didn't go to 5. That's still fantastic. And the buyout will be in stock, so you don't pay taxes. I don't know another way, my friends, to increase your net worth without the killer of having to pay capital gains first. Of course, there's a lot of assumptions in what I'm telling you. And I wouldn't be telling you them if I don't believe it's going to happen. But to trade off that opportunity to go hop from stock to stock that Volstoy King presents you and says, hey, it looks solid, it's up 18%. That's a day trader. He sees the stock up, he gets in, it goes a little further, he gets out. If you want to do that, there's training courses for it. You can join groups of men, and mostly men, but women I bet by now, who gather together. There's a principal that puts $20 million at risk, but he starts slowly and he trains you and he says, all right, turn 100 grand into this. And slowly, as you go through fire in the first year, the second year, he increases your allocation. You're trading $1 million, you're trading 10 million, you're trading 20 million. And by then he's making huge amounts of money. But if you want to do it, it's a job. It's just a different approach. It's not wrong. It's just different. And Volstoy King's good at it. And if you want to follow Volstoy King, I'm sure he'll tell you how you can follow him. I think it's insanity to trade out of Railtown. At this point, to do anything with any of these stocks. In fact, I think it's insanity to spread your money across many stocks. So you have Railtown, you have Cosmo, you have G-Bucks, you have Mountain, you have ZJYL, you have, I don't know, 9 of them. I think that's insane. If you have an account with 20 grand in it, and it's across all these motley crew of stocks, I think it's crazy. I think you should concentrate it all in Railtown tomorrow. Unfortunately, I know I've said it over and over again. One of these days you won't have a chance again. You've had the luxury, and you've taken it for granted, that you'll still have the luxury. But if you concentrate it all into, I don't know, 82,000 shares, if you have 20 grand and you I'm losing it. 10 grand bought Yeah, 21,000. So if you have 20 grand, you could buy 82,000 shares. With 20 grand, you buy 82,000 shares. I think next year that'll be worth $4.5 million. I don't know why you'd think about anything else. I really don't know why you'd consider anything else. The hot money, even if GDC goes to 12, why would you be there when right now you can buy a gigantic position in Railtown and set it and forget it, basically? We're not going to forget it. But man, I don't know. If I had 20 grand right now, I don't have it. But if I had 20 grand, I'd plunk it down tomorrow. And 20 grand could be worth $4.5 million next year. And instead, I'm going to go hopscotch on a bunch of stocks I've never heard about, but somebody tells me it looks solid. I don't know. That's good for day trading. You're not a day trader. I'm not talking about Volstoy. I'm talking about everybody else. Man, I wish I had 20 grand now that I now that I just talked to myself about it, but I don't. I do not have it. Which is a shame. Which is a shame. I must have done the arithmetic incorrectly there. 82. No, that's right. 82,000 shares would be worth 4.5 million. I don't know why you'd do anything else. I don't think anyone is jumping off the rail train. Good luck with COSM. Yeah, exactly. Man. I wouldn't advise leaving any position for it. They're good. That's great, Wall Street. I think that's great. I need to see a 45 cent go to 47 with all due respect. That'll be hard to accomplish. Well, in your world, it is, Volstoy King. You're a trader. You're a day trader. You're a chart, and it's very low probability on any stock, Volstoy King. I haven't seen a stock situation like Railtown but a few times in my life. It won't happen again. You won't see another opportunity like this, full story. So stay out of it, but you'll have a story to tell. You'll be able to say, hey, I had a chance. But I didn't do it. But you're not hearing me. Of course you're not. There's steps it has to go through. And to project where it's going 18 months, 24 months from now, there's a lot of room for variability. But Volstoy King, I know you don't study stocks, you look at charts, you check the news headlines, which is fine. I have a lot of friends that trade that way. And eventually, we all do, because you just can't read everything. It's impossible. But if Railtown Volstoy, let me just tell you one aspect about Railtown. They are merging with AI Partnership Corp. AI Partnership Corp was founded by John Ruffalo, who funded Constellation Software. CSU, you can look it up, CSU. John was with OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, at the time. He and OMERS were the foundational investor in Constellation Software, a company that rolled up software companies, to put it simply. That 25 million grew into 5 billion. The stock went from $1 approximately. I don't remember the exact price, doesn't matter. Maybe it was a different number, to $5,000 a share. I mean, talking about NVIDIA started at 75 cents when you look at the charts. But anyway, so AIP Partners, Volstoy, John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, who worked, I believe he worked at OMERS, and Dr. Tom Core, who worked at one of the other institutions involved, Waterloo or something like that, and a couple other people got together and said, you know what? I wasn't there, I'm paraphrasing. You know what? Look what they did, what we funded at Constellation Software. Why don't we do it again in the AI space? Why don't we put together the private companies who are chasing AI in Canada and in the United States, form a network so they can all cross-sell, just like with Constellation Software. And as they cross-sell, they get to know each other and they grow. But let's also fund AI Partnership Network Corporation. Let's fund that. And we will roll up those companies, those affiliate companies that we bring in, we'll roll them up just like Constellation Software. We'll use the exact same strategy. So they got together to do that, and they were able to attract 165 companies approximately into their network. Now, they met with a company called Railtown AI Technologies at the AI in BC conference held in November, it might have been October of last year. Well, Railtown AI was a guy named Corey Brandolini, who got his start with at least two, I think it's 4 in total, software companies that he developed. And the one of them, he built up software solutions, and he sold it to Microsoft. The other guy, Marwan Haddad, also worked in software solutions, creating software as solutions. And he, one at least, if not two, but certainly one of his companies was sold upward. It's all on the website. You can look it up. They also have a whole other team of people that have done this. So anyway, they met Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad at this conference. Well, Railtown has been working for 6 years on a software solution. They had sold their companies. They met while they were skiing. And they said, hey, I have an idea. Remember when we were developing software and it was all hands on deck when there was an error and it took us days and money and we could lose everything? Why don't we use AI to come up with a solution? They can go in and find that error before it happens or as it happens, write up the reports, come up with a solution, create software that fixes it. Nobody has that. So as I understand it, they checked with all their sources in the software business, including at the big companies that they had sold companies to, and said, hey, do you have a product like this? No, we've never heard of it. That would be terrific. Are you kidding me? You could do it? So they said, let's do it. They raised some money. They put their own money in, and they created an AI agent that is not across the internet like ChatGPT. It is proprietary, and it's specific to the company that engages it. It's vertical. It goes into the company that uses it. It has a lot of uses. You can go to the website. They have 4 products. They have the conductor, Lang Tracks, Rail Tracks, and Shredder. And then they also created a product that is for software developers who it's an extension that helps them all. So this product, which is proprietary, it is first mover, it is best in class. As far as I know, it's the only one that does this. And it is cloud-based if they want it, or it's used in the company, in their vertical system. It's self-learning, and it is designed to be AI 2.0. What do I mean by AI 2.0? I don't know. It's a term that's been adapted. It is designed for the massive data centers that are coming into play and the massive computer chips. It is ready for high velocity, and it's proven its worth. So they've gone through the R&D, the 50 cents a share range. A report came out last year before the merger, and it projected $2 a share with 3% penetration of a $3 billion market. 3% penetration of a $3 billion market. That's before the merger. So anyway, they met the AIP, the network of 165 companies, and John Ruffalo and the other guys said, hey, why don't you join? So they joined. That was announced in November. They've been in the monetization, the commercialization of their software stage. They're no longer in R&D, and they're ready to go, and they've been met with tremendous success. They've separately announced 4 sales contracts, but in February, the company agreed to buy AI Partnership Corp. So Volstoy King, that stopped everything. That put it in a quiet period. That put it in where nobody could talk about revenue. Nobody could talk about upside. Nobody could tell you, so you would believe it, anything. But on the internet, in February, from a very good source, it was posted that the 165 companies in AI Partnerships Corp were doing 400 million in revenue. 400 million in revenue. Almost as big as what Cosmos says the worldwide market is for genetic drugs, genetic vitamins. This 165 companies are doing 400 million in revenue. They are going to be rolled up into the new co that is happening. I would guess tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or Monday or Tuesday. It's that time. It's that soon. They're already working together, but according to press releases. Well, that's 400 million in revenue, Volstoy King, in a space you know nothing about, AI. I didn't either. It takes a while to learn it. Well, it's AI 2.0. If they're able this year to roll up the best of those companies, it's probably 2 dozen. I don't know what it is. but it's probably 20 of them. It might be 10 of them. It's not very many, but it's enough that it will be, full on work until ski time. Well, if they get 150 million in, Volstoy King, of course you don't know this, and you think it'll be hard to accomplish. You don't know. But if they get, let's say, 20 out of the 165 companies rolled up by the end of the year, and I don't know the exact number, but I think it's a safe number to assume. I went through it earlier. I'm not going to go through the 80-20 rule, but they'll have 150 million in annual recurring revenues from that alone. Now let's talk about the Railtown number. Let's just use this report. Let's not talk about the addressable market being for Railtown, for Conductor, for software solutions, not the rolled up companies. They have a target market of what the spend is going to be on improving corporate software to AI, 300 billion a year. 300 billion a year. 300 billion a year. Morgan Stanley, I just played it the other day. One of the Morgan Stanley analysts says they're going to spend $3 trillion over the next, I think it was 3-year period, in improving corporate software, bringing it up to the speed for AI. $3 trillion. Well, let's just go to this report from Research Capital. Let's use their numbers. A 3 billion target market, just 3 billion, and just 3% penetration. Railtown just gets 3% of 3 billion. That's it. So 3 billion, not 3% of 300 billion, not 3% of 100 billion, not 3% of 25 billion, just 3% of 3 billion. As Andreessen says, software is going to eat the world. Well, that's 90 million in revenue. So let's discount that. Let's assume that they get 50 million in annual recurring revenue locked up by contracts, as suggested in Venkata Venjapundi's report. Then you have a company, Volstoy King, leaving this year with 200 million in forward revenue. That's all you need. Forward revenue of 200 million annual recurring revenue in AI space, projected for 2026. Volstoy King, if you assume that the multiples for AI hold up, and you follow the news, you see it with all the trades going on, and you probably trade some of the stocks, the multiples being paid in funding and in acquisition for annual recurring revenue for the best, fastest growing AI companies range all the way up to over 200x. Looking backwards for 6 years, from 24 backwards, The average multiple was 25x. The high range was 50-50x, 50-55x, something like that. The current multiples go from 75, 100, 150 to 200x. 100x, 150x, 200x. Well, if we take the 200 million revenue, I don't want to use 25x. I think it's too low. I don't want to use 100x either, because you won't believe it. But let's use 55x. The highest number from 91 deals that were done, the highest few numbers, 55x. All right, 55 times Volstoy King, 55 times 200 million gives you an $11 billion valuation for Railtown. 11 billion. Now, how many shares are outstanding right now? 139 million. But let's assume, according to Yahoo, let's assume that it's 200 million shares outstanding. You can do the arithmetic in your head. You're smarter than I am. That's a $55 stock. $55 stock, Volstoy King. And it's not, believe it or not, that hard to understand. It was hard to accomplish. It took them 6 years to build it out. It's taken the entire countries to build out data centers. It took NVIDIA to build out the chips. There's been a lot into this wealth creation. But make no mistake about it, Volstoy King. You, if you have the money, should be buying Railtown tomorrow, if it's still available, at 50 cents. Oh, you're crazy. All right. Let me suggest to you something else. What if they capture, of the 400 million in revenue, what if they capture next year? What if they capture 250 million of that in those partnerships, ignoring growth? And what if instead of 3% of 3 billion, it's whatever percent of whatever billion that conductor achieves 250 million in forward-looking annual recurring revenue, so that the company for 2027 does 500 million in annual recurring revenue, and it's not preposterous. The annual spend on improving corporate software is going to be 300 billion a year. And that's what Railtown's conductor addresses. So at 500 million in revenue, if you use 55, I'll do that first. That's 27.5 billion divided by 200 million. That's $137 stock. So I actually think $47 is cheap. But if you want to take 500 million and use 27.5 multiple, obviously you come up with the $55 again. But Volstoy King, don't use your quick, pithy, oh, that's hard to happen. Oh, I don't see, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Railtown is not a 45-cent stock, by the way. It's priced at 45 cents because the guys you hang out with, not intentionally, but the shorts have kept suppressed. You know this. The computers read MOU on February 11th, and they started shorting the stock. There's 52 million shares short in Railtown initially, according to Tom Rock. I don't want you to think it's a short squeeze, but that suppressed it. And Volstoy King, the lawyers and the business people never got the deal finalized for 6 months. Why? My opinion is just gotten bigger and bigger. AI is so hot. But I think they're ready to close it. So it's not a 45-cent stock. I think it's a $5 stock. But it's not showing up yet because all of the investors, Volstoy King, that backed Constellation Software, who talked to John Ruffalo, can't buy it. All of the OMERS companies investors who have any connection to any of those three guys, for abundance of caution, they can't buy it. Every investor that backed Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and their whole team, they can't buy Railtown. Everyone from Canaccord Genuity who's involved in the deal, they can't buy Railtown. Canaccord Genuity's institutional sales staff and their retail brokers, they cannot recommend the purchase of this stock. Nobody can put out research because the company cannot talk to research analysts. All of the investors who have backed AI Partnerships Corp cannot buy the stock. All of the big investors and the insiders at the 165 companies, most of them anyway, they cannot buy the stock. So Volstoy King, it's not a 45-cent stock, in my opinion. The buyers can't buy it because it's been in a quiet period. And you're not you personally, but you know the milieu you swim around in. You know that there's short sellers there. They've sold 52 million shares short of 100 million shares. And by the way, the insiders, Volstoy King, they own 60 million shares out of 100 million float. They're not selling. There's another 30 to 40 million people who've accumulated stock over the last many months. For the long run, they're not selling. This whole wonderful group here has accumulated 12 million shares. They're not selling. I hope they're not selling. I know you want them to buy crap. Maybe it's not you, but others will. The only sellers, Volstoy King, are the shorts, and you know the game. You're not new to it. So it's, with all due respect, you know it's possible for a good stock to be trading for shit because of shorts. But you know what with Railtown? They don't need to take toxic funding. They're not going to trap themselves with endless short sales. If you're listening, they're going to merge and almost immediately start. It's in the press releases. Aggressive campaign to roll up these companies. They're going to bring revenue in so fast that the stock's not a $5 stock. It'll be an 11, a 15, a 20. It'll be on the big board. And Volstoy King, you're just wrong. You're making this blanket statement as if you're so smart. Oh, these are the rules I live by. I need to see a 45-cent go to $47. With all due respect, that'll be hard to comp. Well, it'll be the last time you see it. You'll never see it again until you're my age because of your skepticism and I think your superiority because you're a good day trader. You're good at it. So you're hot shit. You can't believe that a stock's trading at 45 cents that should right now be $7 or $8. You just can't see it. There's no research new. There's no trading desks. There's no brokers recommending it. None of the mutual funds family offices, ETFs, institutional accounts in Canada anyway, are being told about the story. Any of them that know Omers can't buy it. So you're just dead wrong, Volstoy King. Sit on your hands and go skim 18 cents off of some stock, and you're going to be disappointed. You're going to be disappointed. Railtown is trading for 45 cents, and it will be worth $47 next year. And you will see it. You'll never see another one. You might. I mean, there's stories out there. There's NVIDIA. You saw NVIDIA, but it doesn't convince you that it can happen. You know, I can't think of others right now, but anyway. There he is. He's a fan of all, but not one. Okay, guys, you're getting your fill of bumper stickers and rules that'll keep you mediocre. I'm telling you, I'm a fan of one, not any of the others. I'm so much of a fan of Railtown AI, I haven't talked to you about silver in 3 months. I think all of the stocks that are on the over-the-counter market, unless you really study it, you really know something, most of them you should just, as soon as the charm boys start talking to you, you should say, hey, you know, I'm in the middle of something. Let's talk later. And what I mean, hard to accomplish people that got in at these current levels, retail is going to be selling. Hundreds of thousands would be made just a $10 target. Just fast. Yeah, with guys like you around, you're going to tell them to sell. But yeah, I think it's going to be a hard choice, a hard task to change people's minds from being hot money so the next shiny object comes along, they got to move their money. But I'm telling you, I disagree with you. These are smart people here. I don't have as big an audience as yours. I don't have as big an audience as the one anyway, never mind. 12 million. I'm going to try to keep as much of that 12 million in the stock as I can. But you're right. Once it goes to 10 or 15, the people are wives, you know, their car, whatever. It'll get smaller. And guys like you are going to say, hey, nobody went broke booking a profit. Wealth is going to be created, Volstoy King, in AI 2.0. And I'm sure there's a lot of other stocks out there where wealth is going to be created. And I'm also sure at some point, just like the dot-bomb bubble or any of these technology revolutions over the last 150 years, the Nifty 50, it'll get big and then only some will survive. I'm sure that's all down the road. But Volstoy King, you can look it up. And if I come at the end of these media messages, I'll show you right now. The big boys are buying these stocks at these multiples. That's just a fact. So if people look at stocks the way you do, hey, it's a number, there's a chart, momentum, people are buying, they buy, get out, go on to the next one, never look back. You're a trader, which is good. People make money trading. They do. That's what you are. You're not an investor. You're nothing even close to an investor. You don't care really about the fundamental story. It's part of it. I respect that. but for you, but it's charts. It's boom, it's bomb, broke out, zoom's up, zoom, they're going to never look back, get the other one, book a profit, never go broke. I mean, I wish you a lot of luck with it because you're good at it and you'll get better and better at it. But I'm going to try to keep people in from $10. I think $10 might be what the company is worth right away. I wouldn't be surprised, Full Story King, if of the float, 25 to 50% of that float gets taken off the market by institutions and family offices and big players. And $10 won't be around very long. But there's going to be people coming, hey, that's a win for retail. Why don't you come go look at AI, bio, gold, Bitcoin, blockchain, Ethereum, contracts, CEO of the world, big short position, stock of the day, you can't miss. People are going to try to get to this. You're right. I'm going to do my best to get people to hold on. But that's not where your mind is, Full Story. To you, long-term is over the weekend. I bet. I don't know. Maybe you have a longer-term time frame. But I doubt you would understand an opportunity like Railtown. It's not unusual. You're not unique. I don't think there'll be another one. It's a perfect storm of AI 2.0 meeting preparation and the multiples expanding and Wall Street pouring money in here and the big MAGA 7 buying these companies. And the merger was announced because companies have to, February 11th, and the attorneys haven't finished. And it's probably because the business has gotten a lot bigger and we're in the 7th month and the stock price is suppressed. It hasn't run up with all the other AI 2.0 companies. So to your mind, well, I don't see how a 45-cent stock could go to $47 with all due respect. That's going to be a hard thing to do. Because you don't know anything about the company. You're just applying little bon mots. Because you trade with all these momentum stocks and crappy stocks. That's my opinion. Quiet period, you're right. You're right. SoftBank has a 11% stake in Energy Vault. Well, my understanding is SoftBank bought it at much higher levels. I also understand the SoftBank, if it's the one I read about, that guy nearly busticated the whole thing. I think Saudi Arabia owns a bunch of it. I'm not impressed with that position. I'm really not. Why, Daniel? It's not that necessarily the company isn't going to work out. I'm not saying that. But those kind of positions get crammed down. That's all I'm saying. When you buy at higher levels, the company has a bad time, they can be crammed down. So maybe they'll put more money in. Maybe they'll put more money in. Daniel Wissington, quiet period. Yes, you're right. Hey, Ward Richardson, great show today. By the way, I know I need to sleep. My skips are skipping around up here. Full Story King, but by all means, I hope whoever has a position makes a ton of money. Thank you. I appreciate that. But the symbol is RLAIF on the over-the-counter, RLAIF, but it's really not, well, I mean, it is over-the-counter, but it's really not a American stock. It's a Canadian stock, and it's one of the top 25 companies, or it was, I assume it still is, the top 25, it's in the 25 index for the Canadian Stock Exchange. The symbol in Canada is RAIL, but that gets confusing because that's also the symbol of rail freight in the United States. But anyway, it's actually a Canadian stock, and it trades on the over-the-counter here, but it's Canadian. I can't tell anyone to buy or sell, not my call or money to say so. Well, that's true. I get that. But the fact is, when you represent stocks, point them out, you can back off that you're not telling anyone. I'm not telling anyone. But in essence, you're getting the idea out there. That's what I'm doing. I think it's okay to talk strategy, to talk ideas, to make recommendations in the context of opinion, of sort of professional observations. Advice, I guess, in that sense, it has a different message. But nothing I can do, nor can you, can be financial advice. I cannot give financial advice. Why? I do not have a fiduciary responsibility. I don't have a fiduciary relationship. I do not know people's financial situation, so I can't give advice. But I do know enough to say that if someone's already investing in junky stocks, in manipulated stocks, in short squeeze stocks, in high risk stocks, and in speculative stocks, I think I can say, you know what? Take that whole blasted bit and put it in Railtown. Because I'm not talking about their house or their insurance or their, whatever else is out there. My brain is um, uh, my brain is just frying. Volstoy King, I followed your channel. I know that. I remember very well early on. You've been great. I'm invested in Finger, and I do like, yeah, Finger. I'm too tired to talk about Finger, but I think Finger has good prospects. I just think Finger has to get through the next 3 months, 5 months, but I still like it. Uh, uh, yeah, when I had those bricks, I know you don't mean I don't mean any disrespect to you either. It's very hard to talk and go on and also not make mistakes reading things. Um, uh, I don't think I didn't mean to imply that, but maybe I did say it that way. I can't remember. There are people, I have a friend whose son, that's what he does. That's how I learned about it. And his son, by the way, makes enormous amount of money. And he's not a dishonest guy. He's not I'm sure he short sells, but he's not one of these criminal short sells. It took him about, I would guess it's taken him about 4 or 5 years apprenticeship. And I don't know. Last time I talked to my friend, I think this guy was responsible for 19 million, I think it was last year, 19 million in profits. I don't know what his payouts on that. So and Volstoy King, maybe it's something you should look into. What this guy did is he joined, it's up in Boston. He joined a He joined what I just described, and he was allocated a little bit of money. And that, like I say, he's up to where they trust him with enough capital that he made I think it was $19 million last year. Well, anywhere I'm from, if you're making $19 million, I bet you're getting at least half of that, 40 to 60% of that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot more. Anyway, Volstoy, that's something I think you should look into. You'd be good at it. But your other point is you've been doing it for 5 years, so you've been learning how. I think your youth works to your advantage, and I mean it respectfully. I wish I were young again. But I also don't think you know, and I barely know. I can remember, but it's been so long. This hot money trading comes and goes. And I think we're coming to the end of it. And I don't think there's enough time or enough good ideas for people like maybe like yourself, who lost money in AMC or GME or Finger or GTII or CRTD or MULN, MMT, MMTLP, Logic, Collective Audience, story after story. I don't think there's a whole lot of time left. I'd say 6 months to 2 years at the most left to make that money back, and to do the same thing over and over again, I think isn't going to get there. Railtown, I think, does, and it's not just Railtown. It's because of AI 2.0. It's because of the enormous amount of capital being applied to data centers and to the new, the Blackwells or whatever it is from NVIDIA. Anyway, I think I'm going to leave it at that because I'm worried that my brain is giving me warnings. I do wish everyone well. I have a feeling tomorrow is our last chance, but I've said that for whatever. Maybe we have all of next week. I don't think you're going to go much longer than to pick a date, the Jewish New Year, which is September 22nd. And, I think that's as good a delineation in investment banking of a deadline as any. So anyway, that's the Tuesday. No, yeah, the Tuesday. That's 2 Tuesdays from now. I think that's going to be about it. So anyway, peace to everybody, and thank you, Volstoy King, for your. Let me make sure. Yeah, for your input and conversation. Discords and Patreons are popular. All right, I don't know either one. I'm going to write them down. Discords, Patreon. I've heard of Patreon. I don't even know how to edit YouTube, so that's why everything. Anyway, I need a producer. But all right, peace to everyone, and 43. I'm yellow's 43. 43 is great. You've got another whole career ahead of you. 43 is awesome. Anyway, we'll talk. I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow. So peace to you, peace to the children in Palestine, peace to the children in Israel, peace to the children in Ukraine, Peace to the children here in the United States, particularly the trafficked children. Peace to all children around the world. Let them have joy in their childhood.